What? Yo ho! Hello! Hi! Welcome! We're here. It is a day. Today is a day. Yeah. What? I can't believe we made it. What an amazing time to be alive. Hey y'all. It's Poette. I'm Poette. Yeah. Poe is good. The pronouns are they, them. We will move forward with more understanding and awareness of the pronouns. I will do my best to I guess express and advocate for myself in the most polite but affirming way possible, and we will all appreciate the social blunders that make the human experience that much more nuanced. Also, good evening everyone, to the scholars tuning in, listening, wandering about, getting to where they want to be in life and in the moment. Hello, welcome. I have had some really awesome experiences so far this week. It is Friday, and for those of you guys in a different timeline, time zone, you'll be in the future. But right now, here, presently, where I'm at, it's Friday. And this weekend, I will be volunteering for a local event that I'm pretty excited for. And that's why I had to move today's stream to today, Friday, instead of Sunday, which is actually Non-Binary Parents Day, believe it or not. And it's kind of interesting to talk about Non-Binary Parents Day because I guess you kind of have to look into the difference between more traditional dynamics, family dynamics, versus some more contemporary, and kind of where we're going with this whole idea of including different identities, you know? It's really interesting to observe and to kind of sit with and process and not necessarily have the answer, because it's obviously not black and white. There's a lot of nuance. Hopefully I will be able to go over some of that. Obviously it's just the tip of the iceberg, but boy oh boy can we sure as heck try, right? Give it the good effort. Try to figure out this human experience, the matrix of what we're in. I don't know what you want to call it, but the era, however you want to go about or not go about describing our day-to-day interactions with each other, with the world, with our cat or dog, whatever you have available, furry friend. Okay, so yeah, I'll be honest, my notes for today's stream kind of went out the window. Like, just yeeted, got tossed out the window along with the sewage. But so I'm gonna be winging it a little bit. Yeah, so hopefully it'll be informative. Maybe it'll give you perspective we can just sit with these ideas that exist. I will be sharing some clips. About, it's like parenting. So I'm pretty excited to get started. Again, no real order because my stream notes kind of got jumbled, and I had planned this for a very long time, but then things changed. Some new content and information came up, and I was like, oh man, I want to include this. So it's gonna be, I'm gonna just be real gentle and nice with myself and not rush. I'm learning to slow down and be able to be okay with not knowing and still be responsive. It's a work in progress. So hopefully this will give folks a time and a chance to respond and maybe even answer in the chat. But yeah, feel free to let me know your thoughts, where you stand, if there's anything that's interesting or you didn't know, or maybe you heard of. It's totally okay to just be like, hey, I didn't know this, I grew up in this kind of situation. And I was gonna bring up a comedian. Yeah, it really is improv. It really is. And I do hope you guys learn something or get something good out of this, like something positive, right? Like I've said in the past, I hope what I share, based on what I've picked up, right? Like this is not new. This is not like I discovered this, this is not AI psychosis where it's not like that at all. It's more like, I found this really interesting. What do you guys think? Like, how does this add to or improve upon your current understanding of the world, of your worldly view, and how you go about your life and expanding your ideas and maybe discovering wounds, and maybe healing, finding healing and learning and unlearning. Yeah, it's a journey. So yes, improv presentation, hoping folks who look back on this will at least get curious, and figure things out on their own. We're encouraging that curiosity and that wonder and learning, and maybe even a bit of unlearning. So yeah, there was a clip I don't know if I'll share it. I really thought about it. It's a comedian, stand-up comedian. Their name is Irene, and I really thought about sharing with you guys because it takes a really interesting perspective. But the reason why I didn't want to share it, and I may or may not, I'm still on the fence about it, is because the perspective is it's like a critique, which some comedians, that's the punchline, but you'd have to understand what this comedian is doing and understanding, and then it can be funny because you're like, oh, it's I guess it's a little subverted or something, because it's that's not good and that's what makes it funny. But I'm also really worried that it'll perpetuate or kind of validate toxic thought patterns on the subject of non-binary, but they identify as non-binary, so I don't know, maybe I'll just keep it to myself. Maybe I'll share it with the community at some point. I'm still on the fence about it, so we'll see. I'll do a little bit of vibe check. Again, not trying to step on anyone's toes, but I do think a lot of this information is very important, and it brings a lot of joy to me to be able to share some of my discoveries, and the mysteries of the world and all of that. Yeah, I've had some pretty awesome discussions over this week. Just a quick check-in. I attended a peer advocate meetup, like a meetup, and it was so amazing, and I just wish more people could find that level of connection and joy and commonality. And some of you know that I took a peer support specialist training, right? And so it's 80 hours of training, which I did complete. The next step would be for me to take an exam and, be able to practice under a doctor, and it's really a peer support specialist is very similar to a social worker. Obviously there's some differences in what you can do and whatnot, but that's kind of how I think about it, and I don't really know if that's the direction I particularly want. So I'm still exploring, I'm still learning, I'm still figuring it all out and learning along the way, sharing some of my learning in hopes that maybe it's interesting for y'all, and seeing how some of the learning and research can show up in media. Maybe there's like an anime that's gonna come out in the future, or a manga that talks about, psychology and identity and more in depth, and does it justice, so we'll see. I don't know, that's always been kind of something that I've always hoped for, like more representation of like non-binary, or like what does asexuality look like, right, if it were a character, and besides just the tropes of like, oh, stoic, quiet, there. So yeah, there's lots to kind of figure out there. So I hope y'all are gonna get comfy, because we're about to get on this, I don't know what to call it, choo-choo train. I don't know if this is a train, but it is a train of thought. It is my thought. You are going to be in my, genjutsu for the next few hours. I don't know, maybe it'll be an hour, maybe I'll end up rambling more if the discussion gets interesting. But yes, welcome to my interdimensional genjutsu. We are locked in. We are locked the F in. It is it is non-binary time. It is time to get non-binary. Yeah, but just to clarify, the actual, Parents' Day holiday celebration is on Sunday. It's the 3rd of every April. So it's kind of like Mother's Day and Father's Day, right? It's just a day to appreciate parents and parenting, maybe build more awareness of like modern day, like actual parenting, like not the shenanigan we got where we had to raise ourselves, or deal with a lot of dysfunction. So it's a time to learn, it's a time to grow, it is a time to unlearn, it is a time to relearn and revisit some wounds, find healing, find closure, find something, or just not. whatever it is you choose. There is a game that had a non-binary option. Yeah, I think it's just really exciting. It's very interesting to me how so much of gender and how it plays a role, in the social construct we've built or agree, the social contract. We agree that this is how we interact, and this is how it's gonna be. But as time moves on and trends change, generations of people are just built different. They have different resources, technology, right? The iPad kids, the the generation who didn't learn cursive in elementary school, and then the people like just at the cusp of when they were transitioning, learning cursive, that's just, how do we find some order or no order in the chaos? So it's a lot of figuring out, it's a lot of observing. It takes so much self-reflection, and that very much is a muscle. It's hard to think about self-reflection as a skill, as an ability, literally. If life was a video game, I don't know why I body slammed it. That's probably going to happen with this model, but yeah. So how do we if we see life as a game, how do we go about leveling up our skills, our knowledge, and identifying the nuances, the things that make existence in people and interactions so colorful, so different? These are the questions that invade my mind at 2 a.m. in the morning. These are the thoughts that keep me awake at night. Yeah, it's like a giant puzzle. It's a giant puzzle. Yep. Okay, so without further ado, I'ma wing it. I'ma do the thing. I have 2 wings because I'm a pigeon of some sort. So 2 wings to 1 bird. 2 wings of the same bird. I am going to, let's see, hopefully this one, let me think. I think we're gonna, I'll start off with this post. Haha. I found this post and I wanted to share it with you guys. It's not anything like crazy informative right now. It's just, I just thought it was cute. Do you guys ever just think, like, see things that are like, hey, this is so cute, I like it, and like, so I thought this was just really cute. If it was Sunday, I feel like it's more meaningful, but it's not Sunday yet, you know, it's not April 19th, but this is for the future. This is like some timey-wimey shenanigans. It's kind of like that one anime, what is it, Link Click, you know, that we're playing with time. So happy non-binary day, Parents Day. Happy non-binary Parents Day, if I could read. For the future, for the Sunday. So past me is speaking to future people of the Sunday, because today is Friday. Right. So I thought this was a really cute graphic, and it's I believe it's created and posted on Just Say SK. I don't. Yeah. So that's, they made this. I'm curating it. It's so cute. Here we go. Bye. It reads, no matter what your kids call you, how you appear or express yourself, or when you discover your identity, ... you are a parent worth celebrating. So, I am not a parent, so I do want to caution that I have had pets, and this is probably something to kind of maybe discuss, right? Like, I've had an interesting experience in the past where it was very invalidating. So it was a negative experience, but I've also had very positive experiences. But would you call like a person who owns or takes care of a pet, you know, something of a caregiver slash parent, right? In more contemporary times, there's this ongoing kind of theme or trend, you know, it's a feel-good trend where you're either partnered or unpartnered, you know, single or partnered, or whatever you want to call it, and you don't want children, and that's valid, right? You know, it's not on you to populate the world, okay, you know. So, you know, you just want to live life. You just want to enjoy the good, fun things that life has to offer, whether that's traveling, higher education, you know, finding meaning and purpose, you know, spending time with family, friends, and you know, you don't want to necessarily lock in just yet. So yeah, maybe some folks still want to feel like they're adulting, you know, hashtag adulting, the good adulting, you know, I'm grown now, I'm grown. And you know, they'll have a pet, they'll have like a cat, a dog, a gerbil, you know, reptiles, snakes, turtles, frogs, whatever, amphibians, you know. And, you know, I don't know, I personally think being a caretaker, and, you know, being a good caretaker, depending on if you want to call yourself a parent or not, is definitely an individual choice how you align with that, but definitely a caretaker of anything, right? When I had my cat, I slowly kind of developed this sense of like, yeah, caretaking and, you know, nurturing. And I feel like any gender, any sex, you know, any person, male or female, if you like animals and you know, allow yourself to kind of like identify with this nurturing side that anyone is capable of, unless your brain is like, you know, a psychopath or sociopath where the empathy is just kind of like significantly diminished. But you know, even even then, I watched an interview where a sociopath, like a clinically diagnosed sociopath, she has like 4 Siamese cats, right? Like she loves cats, but cold blood, but love cats. So I mean, I guess it's possible. It's not impossible. And where am I going with this? Yeah, so just wondering if being a caretaker, a person who, you know, takes care of animals, if that may fall under the definition of parenting or just caretaking. Regardless, you as a caretaker, you as a person who takes care of others, including yourself, nurtures, brings up life, you know, cares about the well-being of a living creature, even if you're a foster parent or anything, a step parent, you know, you're still a parent, and you're worth celebrating. Yeah, that's my way of uncheesing the cheesy. Trying not to be cheesy, but I don't know, maybe I'm still really cheesy. I'm trying to cut the cheese. So I thought this was really cute, and maybe something to start out if it was, you know, if it was parents, non-binary parents day. So that. I did also create like my own sort of like presentation, because I thought it would be more meaningful if I could find the words and share kind of my thoughts as well as the facts of, you know, the current information, the current body of information, which is what I'm presenting is, again, limited. There's so much more out there, and one of these days we'll all have this common understanding of parenting and you know, the word inclusive, being inclusive of different identities that break the binary. Yeah, so this is the start of my presentation. First and foremost, I, Poette Evergreen, short for Poe, shortened to Poe. My pronouns are, in fact, actually I really do prefer they, them pronouns. It's not a phase. Maybe I don't do the best job at emphasizing, or, you know, I kind of just like let folks, you know, just, so, and I think moving forward, I'll do better. I'll do my part in, you know, standing up for myself and not being a pushover, and you know, just gently, gracefully, and keeping in mind that these are social blunders when I am, you know, misgendered. Yeah, there. So whew, yeah, lots to unpack there, actually, but we're going full steam ahead, I suppose. Yeah, I guess I'll get into social blunders in a minute. Misgendering someone is just similar to like accidentally bumping into someone, acknowledging it, and then just saying, oh, excuse me, my bad, you know, and being polite, you know. So we'll get into that hopefully in another slide, but yeah, that's pronouns are they, them, and I don't know if it's just a culture thing, if it's a language thing, if it's just, you know, honest to God forgetfulness, or when your brain gets jumbled, and that's totally understandable. I myself have experienced the brain jumbling and the forgetfulness, but I guess if you truly, you know, take a minute to pause and you do truly care about someone, you know, you wouldn't forget to, you know, refer to them in a way that honors their existence and where they're at presently in life. And that's what makes it so beautiful and important. And, you know, people can change, you know, maybe one day, you know, they go by they, them, and maybe in a year or two, they might go by he, him, and maybe in 3 months later, they'll fluctuate and they'll prefer she, her pronouns, you know, or they're still figuring each other, like they're still figuring themselves out and figuring out what each what each, I don't know, identity or what it feels like to be truly themselves, whatever that means in a society that's trying to mold you, shape you, conform you, while still honoring your own autonomy. That's really key. Like, how do you navigate that, right? If all you ever know is you cannot cry and don't be like a girl, I mean, you know, what else can you do but follow what you've been told? So holding space for like, hey, you know, I would like to try to explore my emotions. I would like to try to maybe talk about this thing I've never talked about. And, you know, in a space obviously where I'm not going to be threatened or humiliated. So, you know, what is that like? I've never seen the other side of the hill. I've never been on the other side of the coin. Is the grass truly greener? What does it feel like to actually cry and express my emotions in a way, and, you know, exploring my anger and what that, you know, what that does to my relationships and to me and everything. So lots of room for growth there, lots of points there, but wow, that's so funny. I'm sorry. I appreciate that. I'm not laughing at you. Trust. I don't know. Sometimes I like comments like that, but other times I have to be like really careful. I think I was just like not expecting that. You know, it's okay to be agender, and to be honest, no, to be completely fair, you're not wrong. And it's you know, the thing with humor is that sometimes it's rooted in truth, you know. Bought the 5-in-1 anyway. Big, yeah, you know. So I have this theory, but it's not, there's no science behind it. It's just my reflection, right? So like I can't prove it. It's not like the truth, but in my deep reflection of like, I don't know, 20 some years of existing, right? And observing and journaling and talking and perceiving and you know, I think my evolution to becoming non-binary, whether I was predispositioned or not, right? Maybe I had some predisposition to be non-binary, but, you know, and then society just couldn't like shove me in a box, say like, you are this way. So I just, you know, I just kind of like, you know, nature just played out. So here I am, non-binary. I have this theory that seeing the role of like what female entails based on the, you know, modern day society, and like seeing the pros and cons of it, and then also growing up in the environment that I did, yeah, it kind of makes sense why I am the why I am the way I am, right? It just makes more sense. And I know you're probably being humorous about the, you know, it's expensive being a gender. No, but low-key it kind of is though. When I was going through my exploration, you know, figuring out who I am, and I was shopping in the men's department. And also, hello, welcome folks who are coming in and joining. What a beautiful time to join. Welcome. I realized that, okay, I don't know about now, but at that time, like 10 years ago, so men's pockets are more spacious, and secondly, the material is thicker. I don't know why. No, I do know why, but like, I do know why for obvious reasons. And then the women's clothes, right? It's not like I don't shop women's clothes. I've looked at, you know, I'm browsing. The women's clothes tend to be like very thin. Sometimes the material is even translucent, so you have to buy more layers. The pockets, almost non-existent, you know, and then the idea is, oh, buy a purse or buy a bag so that you can carry your stuff in, right? Like your object, your phone or whatever, your wallet, keys, what have you, whatever you need. So that's a thing. That is a thing. So I was like, yo, you know, it's like, and even it's a little bit cheaper as well. Oh, that is a name. That is an interesting name. I don't know why the alert is over there. I think that's funny. But thank you so much for what is it, subbing or following? Yeah, thanks. That was a name. Hold on. Wait, no, I I get the distracted. Hold on. Hold on. No, wait, give me a second. Ah! Yeah, I was right. Okay, so the username. Following for Twitch. I think it was a follow for I think, let me just double check. No, it was a follow, it was a sub for YouTube for sure. No. I got you. No, I got you. Yo, I wish we could open the release the files. I say, release the files. I say. No, I'm just quickly eyeballing on Wikipedia. Refers to the Canite god. You guys know that anime called Canon? Canaan? Kind of blew my mind when I looked into the title. I was like, why did they name this anime Canon? And I was like, dude, but the characters. I really liked Canon, and the protagonist is pretty cool, and the antagonist, what's her name? Alfred? Oh wait, no, that's pretty cool. Have you guys ever watched that anime though? Like, serious question. Hold on. Canon Alfard. I think it's Alfard. It's kind of weird. Alfard. Yeah. I think it's Alfard Al-Shua. No? Okay. Pretty interesting. Actually. I do wish that they could have expanded more on this anime and made it a little bit more, but it's an interesting anime. Canaan, yeah. If you like, I'm gonna say it, they're kind of like badass characters, for real, badass female protagonists. When I watched it, I didn't feel like the characters were like hypersexualized, but it's, you can argue either way. But yeah, guns and girls. If you're into guns and girls, that's your thing. I actually really liked both of the characters, the protagonist and the antagonist. It was actually kind of symbolic. There's a lot of symbolism there, especially with like hatred, redemption, love, choosing one side. They're both two sides of the same coin kind of motifs. I know, but it's whatever. Okay, so that's my tangent. That is my tangent. You know, I'm like that tangent. Black Lagoon. You know, I've heard of Black Lagoon. Never watched it. I heard it was good. Like people who do like Black Lagoon say, oh yeah, you should watch it. Definitely really cool. I think if I remember correctly, Black Lagoon can be a little crude. Is it crude? Like the language and the art style, the style of the animation is also kind of, I mean, it's of its time. Definitely it's of its time, but yeah, it's very, it is crude, right? Like, is that a good way to describe it? Like, is that like, okay, because I haven't watched it, so I can't really say, but from what I've seen of it, it seems a bit rough around the edges, you know, kind of like that. And you know, it's cool. I can like palette some of that, but no, after a while, it's like, for example, what was it? Cowboy Bebop it has its rough edges. It's, you know, kind of rough around the edges, but it's still kind of classy. It maintains like a classiness. What's another kind of rough around the edges, crude anime that I've watched? I don't tend to watch a lot of that. I think like after I watch a few episodes, I'm just kind of like, meh. It's kind of a little overbearing. It's like very, nah, right? Hey, now, welcome in. Hey, so good to see you. Yeah, we're talking about Black Lagoon. I haven't watched it. I think the art style was just too, even like visually, you guys understand, like they communicate the style with it. And so I was always very surprised that one of my favorite animes is Ghost in the Shell, because the style, it has its like that crudeness, but I think it was just so interesting for Ghost in the Shell, right? So but yeah, crude, darker tones of anime. Yeah, the dark underground nature of people. Yeah. For sure. I don't remember much, but okay. yeah. I'm trying to think of some other like crude. Hi, welcome in. Okay. I got distracted. I just wanted to like, you know, acknowledge. But yeah, canon. I really did like that anime. Okay, canon, and release the files. And I'm aware. I'm not gonna turn a blind eye. It's just I'm trying to also pick my battles. Yes, I'm trying to be tactful. But yes, release the files and anime and my pronouns are they them, gosh darn it. And I'm gonna do my best to, again, social blunders happen. I will do my best to you know, just nudge people in the right direction, like, hey, I just it's too expensive to be a woman right now. It's too expensive to be man. I don't want to get red pilled, so I don't want to be on either side of the spectrum. So you know what, I'ma just be this. I'ma just be whatever this is. I am gonna be non-binary. So all right. So yes, it's difficult. There's a learning curve. It's a culture thing. We gotta shift the paradigm. We gotta do it. To be fair, we're in like the Kali Yuga times, you know, whether you believe it or not, whatever. We're also in the year of the fire horse, y'all. The fire horse is intense. Like, the prediction is people are gonna lose their mind. Like, this is the time. So hold your helmets, all right? Put on your thing, like put on those, what are those little aluminum foil hats that people used to wear and meme about? Like, you know, don't want to get radiation from, you know, from radio waves. Like put on that helmet, buckle down, breathe, learn some emotional regulation techniques. Don't lose your mind. It's hell on earth right now. It's not easy. Release the gosh darn files and yeah, but you know, so it's hell on earth right now. We are in the Kali Yuga. It's fire horse. It ain't pretty. Like, buckle in, boys and girls and non-binary and trans and my lovely beautiful humans. Buckle down, buckle in. Seatbelts on. With non-binary characters? Oh, really? Okay, there's a book of non-binary. Let's go. Okay. If there's a reference that just like goes over my head, please be aware that there's certain jokes and references that will go over my head. Like, it will not, does not compute. Which is kind of in my favor, you know, because like if someone were trying to insult me, but like I don't get the insult, it kind of, you know, it kind of doesn't really matter, you know. So that is that sometimes it pays to be a little derpy. Sometimes it pays to be a little derpy. okay, but I'm just in general, like if at any point in the future you know, there so many scholars have like and God bless y'all, have made so many interesting references, movie references, like Fight Club, you know, the reference to Fight Club. I had to watch the movie and I only watched it more recently, like this year. I watched Fight Club and I was like, yo, scholars, I totally get the reference now, but it took forever. It took so long for me to get some of these like references from movies and stuff, so bear with me. The pigeon brain exists. I'm good for something. I'm a messenger bird, okay? I'm good for some things, but don't expect a lot from me, please. Help. I'm just a bird. First time hearing Kali Yuga. It's a thing. It just exists. You know, it's just there. You've enjoyed writing your book. Okay, I love that. I love hearing the other sorry, the AOL brain. Sorry, I saw that. I was mid sentence. I was like on my train of thought, but then I saw AOL brain. Okay, I think it's okay. Going back, I think it's great that you're writing. I love that people are writing and being creative and doing their thing to express themselves creatively. Good. Second point, AOL brain. I have that dial-up brain and I need to tell you about my dial-up brain. It is working overtime some days. Okay, we're never gonna move forward. I'm moving us along. All right, chugga choo choo. Let's go. All right, next slide. I got this. Okay, this is my attempt to stay focused. I got this, guys, girls, non-binary folks. Okay, I have to like constantly remind myself to say all that. Okay, this is my earnest attempt to like steer us in the right direction. I will do my best not to betray y'all. Release the files. Okay. Understanding non-binary identities. My hope is that I can at least introduce, like, you know, whether you pick it all up all in one stream, I'm not responsible for your learning style, but I will do my very best, okay, to cover all of the information. But again, you know, there's a whole research, there's a whole like study. It's a lot. There's so much, and you know, that's okay. We're just gonna do what we can, and we're just gonna keep going. All right. I love the genderbread person, and I want the world to like see its glory. Thank you. Shout out to Sam Killerman for, I guess, what is it? Baking the genderbread person. Compiling the genderbread person, because the history of the genderbread person is actually, I think it came out of Tumblr. Yeah, so Tumblr was kind of the birthplace, the oven, if you will, for the genderbread person, and it's such a, I personally love it. I don't know if it's like in like 5-10 years if it's going to be outdated, but for now, what we currently have, I am very happy with the genderbread person. If something else comes out and says, you know, that's obsolete and outdated, we have something new, we have the layers of the cake person, I don't know, then so be it. But also, welcome in. What a great time to join the conversation. Hi, welcome. I'm doing my best to guide us to, I don't know why this model does that, but on the occasion I body slammed the screen, I apologize. We're getting there. I will try to do my best to go over how to be an ally. It looks different for everyone. It takes a lot of self-awareness, and like I said before, self-awareness is a skill, it's an ability. You have to train it like a muscle. Some people are like built different, you know, you kind of like start off with like extra muscle, and then you just, you know, you keep pumping iron and you get stronger. Similarly, some people just have a natural inclination for reflection and, you know, pivoting or problem solving, and so, you know, they're good, you know, that's just kind of like a natural knack. Others don't, right? They rely on following instructions, and there was a really interesting study done on the different types of individuals, like individuals who are more prone to being leaders, or leadership is more easier for them, like as a skill, as like a natural kind of thing. They're charismatic, you know, they have this built-in riz, or whatever the young people call it, whatever, charisma. They have that charm, and then, you know, they develop this, you know, these leadership skills. And then there's these other individuals with, you know, less leadership or charisma, and so it's an interesting dynamic to observe, both as like a nature versus nurture, right? Nature meaning they have these innate qualities, and then nurture meaning, okay, everyone's starting at different levels, and then we're kind of bringing people up to speed kind of thing. So self-awareness, it's one of those things, right? It's like a predisposition. Some people have more of it, some people don't, and when you don't have it, how do you get more of the skill points in the self-awareness department is to be figured out and whatnot. It's not easy, but we sure as heck try. You know, that reminded me of something. Sorry, really quick tangent, because this is my brain, right? I recently learned that the SAT scores, like long time ago, in cities or places or regions where the SAT scores were like, you know, kind of not as good, you know, not as high or inconsistent, right? They would actually focus more military recruitment in those areas, and I'm just like, oh god, okay. Anyways, that is my tangent. That is my brain tangent. Back to the main timeline. Hi, you're all in my genjutsu. So back to the topic at hand. Yeah, allyship requires self-awareness, because, you know, you need to kind of know yourself and your relation to how to be an ally without overstepping boundaries, how to, I guess, essentially adapt your behavior in order to support, your friend who's non-binary, trans, or, on the LGBTQIA identifiers, right? I'm gonna try my best to address number 4. I'm gonna actually do that mostly with a series of like some clips that I have, and they're all on Instagram, and they're really interesting. They're really short, and hopefully you guys will enjoy it. I personally really liked watching them, so I think they were very informative. So lock in everyone. We're gonna get there eventually. Are we there yet? Shut up, I'm driving. Everyone, shut up. Okay, that's like me. I'm like the parent that's driving, and I'm like so pissed. And everyone's like, what is going on? What? I'm like, stop. Parenting is so much fun, isn't it? No. I had the chance to experience babysitting an infant. It was kind of like a community effort, and boy, oh boy, you have to deal with a human, a newborn human that needs to be fed and taken care of every 2 hours for the first 3 months of its existence, without burning out or wanting to chuck it out the window with the sewage water. Yeah, not easy. So non-binary parenting is adds an extra layer, because now you have to try to parent this child to understand why you are the way you are in a society that says there's only 2, and then you're like, oh well, society says this, but I'm telling you this. It's like, okay, what? Intention is the first step. You're still trying. Yeah, parenting is going to always have its challenges. It always has been a challenge. Oh yeah. And then if you observe it through, friends, colleagues, family members, it's not easy. I get it. Siblings are a menace. Yeah. It's not easy. But so I'm gonna do my best to share some helpful tips that I've learned, and it's coming from, I believe, give me a second. I believe this content creator is a certified parent coach. They might have some kind of licensing. So we'll see. I'll have to double check their credentials, since everyone's all about credentials these days, right? For good reason. I'm not dogging on it, but it can get kind of I can understand why people want the easy way, right? The cheat code, but sometimes it's not easy to discern who is trustworthy, who is credible. But the content that I've chosen and hope to share with you all aligns with some of the research. Yeah, so I'll let you make up your own mind about it, but for now, that's my stance. Okay. Oh really? Oh my gosh, that's so weird. It's also because I'm trying to finish my thought, so I'll be rambling, and then but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so hopefully, and then lastly, closing statement. So yeah, okay. Next slide. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a delay. I'm not sure. There should not be a delay, honestly. The delay shouldn't be that bad. It's on low latency, but yeah, maybe it's some connection issue. But again, I also I've made kind of my own boundary where my behavior is, I'm gonna try to finish my thought, because as you see, I'm like, ooh, shiny, and then I'll go over there, and then gotta bring it back. Yeah, thank you for that explanation. Yes, thank you. That is what the bird do, right? So it's like imagine the pigeon. That's me, and I'm flying. I'd be flying in the air, and I'm going one direction, right? I'm on a mission to carry a message. I have a message, and that's me. And I gotta finish. I'm locked in. gotta finish my mission. But then I see, oh, there's seats on the ground, and these are like the comments, and then I'll kind of like detour for a minute, and I'll be like, no, I gotta go back to the main course, the main track, the path. I gotta deliver this message. This message will be delivered, I promise. So yeah, I will yap, and I'll finish my thought. So I appreciate your patience. I apologize, but yes, that is me. That is me. But it could be that sometimes there is a bit of a lag. That is not impossible. That is a very possible. That is a possibility that there is some delay. So, but we are all here, and yeah, it's a good pace. So I think we'll be okay. All right. So going off on what was the first item was trying to understand non-binary identities, and maybe giving kind of like a general, loose definition, some common understanding of what non-binary is. And if anyone has ever, experienced or interacted with non-binary folks, it's very easy to see that not everyone has the same definition, but it's like there's some commonalities. There's like a general vibe, a common frequency of what the non-binary or NB experience is. Again, there's going to be nuances, there's going to be extra layers like an onion, and it's going to make it different for each individual. But overall, non-binary is mainly an internal sense of yourself. Like it's very much an internal, kind of, how do I want to say this? An internal sense, like an internal experience. So meaning you can't really see it unless I or anyone goes out of their way to like stamp on their forehead, I am non-binary. Like if they just put like a little sticky note on their forehead and says, I'm non-binary. Otherwise you wouldn't really know, right? Like you wouldn't know someone's a serial killer unless, well, they either act upon their urges to commit the violence, in which case, and then they do it again and again, and that's what makes it a serial. So, sorry, that's not funny at all, but that's just, I've been watching way too much true crime behind the scenes. Y'all, it's not even funny. It's really not, but. So yeah, non-binary is an internal sense, right? Binary, if we're going by the prefix bi, means two. Surprisingly, bi traditionally means man or woman, but you can also be bisexual and be attracted to non-binary and trans individuals. That is also two types of individuals that express differently, and you can still be bi. But yeah, in this sense though, the bi in the binary is referring to a more traditional, how do I want to say this, colonial definition of gender. So it's, if you are non-binary, right, not binary, you are identifying outside of the concept of only male and female. You're outside of that. Yeah. So you're not the gender binary. You are other. You are something else. And again, for anyone out there who's like, oh, you think you're a special snowflake? No, dude. Like, folks, like, we've been like this. It's just now there's a word for it in more contemporary times, right? In a more archaic language, there's probably different ways to go about describing this inner experience that is expressed outwardly in defiance and rebellion against the status quo. Fight the system. Be non-binary. So I feel like those are a lot of the headlines that get talked about, right? Like, oh, you're trying to break the binary. You're so special. You must think you're so special. It's like, no, dude, it's cool. It just is the way it is, right? Like, we just been here. We just been like this. This is just how it is. And we tried to fit into the shoebox, but the shoebox just couldn't contain us. So we could not fit into the shoebox of the binary. Gomena, sorry. It's just cannot. does not compute. Try as we might, it is not a phase. So, and yeah, I guess the question is, well, okay, all right, I think I'm getting it, but Poe, what is there? What else is there if not the binary? The binary is all I've known. This is how I was raised. The family, the book, the religion, the society that I grew up in has told me that there are only two. Hey, that's valid, that's fair, I don't blame you. And in this very moment, my brain has remembered that there was something I wanted to show y'all and I completely forgot. It was about, it's a story. It's about a farmer who is actually intersex, yes. And meaning this person was born with both sexual organs. Yes, it's a minority. Yes, it's an exception. But there's a lot of harm that has come out of not having the systems and language in place to allow this person to thrive, this individual, you know, very humble person. So, right, this is kind of important because there will be anomalies. Surprisingly, not surprisingly enough, the person, this farmer who was born, and I'm gonna pull it up for you guys eventually at some point. So he was born to parents, and one of his parents was a prisoner of war. And as a prisoner of war, I believe it was on his dad's side. I believe it was his dad was a prisoner of war. As a prisoner of war, he experienced a lot of cruelty and he was experimented on. Yeah, human experimentation gone wrong. And so in this person's reflection of, you know, why he was born with, you know, two sex organs, like all of it, they think that perhaps it was due to these experimentations that were done to the parent and, you know, leading to this homunculi. Okay, no, it's like Full Metal Alchemist, like so that was really interesting and insightful, right? So yeah, it is like 1 out of like a billion million people, but it was a thing. So what else is there if there's not the binary? There's so much, actually. There is so much lah. I'm missing all the amazingness of just human experience. So there's an umbrella. This is the umbrella. And maybe you've heard of these terms, maybe not. Maybe it's overwhelming. Maybe it's like, what the heck am I looking at? Totally get it. I personally, again, because I didn't have someone presenting it to me all at once, I kind of had the luxury of discovering all this on my own, in my own time, in my own space, at my own leisure. Whereas like right now I'm just kind of putting everything in front of you and saying it exists, it's all here, and it can be overwhelming, right? It can be very overwhelming. But so there's like pros and cons. There's pros and cons to having someone like show you everything all at once versus the process of discovering it and figuring it out on your own in isolation sometimes. And it, you know, it is what it is, right? But yeah, there's a lot of terms right here: genderqueer, gender fluid, bi-gender, pan-gender, agender, which was brought up earlier, and the fancy French word that I once actually aligned with. Maybe I still do. I don't really know. I have to revisit that. Neutros, that one by the handle. Neutros. It basically means third gender / neutral gender, meaning neither female or male, but like neutral, like neither, zero. Neutros. It's I think it's derived from the French language. So fancy. There's, you know, demi-boy, demi-girl, gender flux, which is similar to gender fluid. There's probably like a slight nuance there. It's the difference between a lemon and a lime, or a citron and citrus, right? The citron and the citrus are like, I don't know, twins. So we got the gender fluid and the gender flux. Then we got the tri-gender. Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, being non-binary is it's not like something, it doesn't look a certain way, and which is probably the most annoying thing ever as a human who likes to like categorize everything nice and neat and have it all compartmentalized, and you know, having this like massive OCD of like, you need to be this way. It's actually, it can be very frustrating because you don't know. We don't actually know. You literally, the person would just have to tell you like, yo, I'm non-binary, or I'm ace, or I'm aromantic, or I'm this way and this is what I understand of myself, or I am, you know, lesbian, or I am gay, or I'm pansexual, or I'm pan-romantic, and pan-romantic, bisexual. It's a lot. It's onions, okay, everyone? Onions. Remember the onion? We've talked about the onion and the baked potato. We've talked about the onion and the baked potato. Granted, it's come full circle because I never imagined that the onion and the baked potato. Okay, the baked potato is kind of useless, but the onion, layers. We got layers. But potato is delicious though, right? Yeah, food for thought. We gotta love, well, now I have to think. There might be some people out there that might be allergic to potatoes. Is that even possible? Wouldn't that be like the people who can't take gluten? Oh my god, hold on. Is starch gluten? I'm dumb because the thing is, like, I can eat most things, so because gluten wouldn't kill me, I don't have to like know. I knew someone who was like allergic to gluten, and it was kind of really amazing to see how their life is changed because of that. Yeah. Potato allergy? Can you be allergic to potatoes? It's a thing. Okay, so you have potato intolerance. Okay, it's kind of similar to lactose intolerance or lactate. Yeah. Oh no, wait, why? Why is this happening? Thank you. I'll probably have to cut that out. Thank you. Sorry about that. So, the workout stream on Wednesday? I'm waiting for it to, I'm waiting for it to kind of like fix itself. Cause yeah, there was it's actually the music. Some of the audio from Wednesday workout stream, there was a copyright on it, so I'm like, I need to cut it out, trim, and replace it or something. So I'll probably do that. Still waiting for it to like load. Yeah, so I'll probably have to do it for this stream too. Okay. Yeah, kind of a bummer, but oh wow. Yeah, I'd rather kind of correct it early on, and then it'll be posted again. The workout stream will be back up, and then hopefully this stream might get that, what is it, the little flag saying, oh, you can't be using that music. But all right, sorry. Okay, so these are, yeah, it kind of is though, but like I kind of get it, cause you know, you don't want to be profiting from someone else's hard work, you know, especially since it's from an anime and we want to like respect anime and composers and musicians, and you know, make sure that they are protected as artists, musicians, humans. I can totally respect that. Yeah, the intellectual rights, the IP or the intellectual rights. Definitely, I definitely want to respect that. From one human to another human, totally valid. So, it's an inconvenience, but it's something that I can honor, and I'll get it fixed. I might need to just like trim it out from this VOD, and we'll be good. Yeah, so honoring human creation and protecting their I don't know, liberty, their integrity as a composer and all that good stuff. We want to do right by other humans. Unless you're Ted Bundy, then I don't know. Okay, but we're not Ted Bundys. We're not the Bundys. The Bundys? That's actually really catchy. Or maybe we are. Maybe because it's so catchy, you know. The human the human mind is an enigma. Yeah, it was less than a minute, so we'll see. It might still flag it, but daijoubu. Copyright is important. Respecting people's artistry is important. So I'll just I'll trim that out. So it's on the playlist. I just have some background music. For the most part, I try to choose music that is copyright free. The copyright samurais! Don't worry! It'll be okay, because I too am something of a samurai myself. Oh, fun cultural fact, because my brain does this. Back in the olden days, I guess it's like the feudal time, the feudal era, when two samurais, when their swords, like the sheath, would like hit or bump into each other, like everything stops. They have to fight, because that's utter disrespect. And there was a reason why the sword is always on the, what is it, the left side? Well, that's also because like you're right-handed, but I think that was the reason why it was so important that everyone be right-handed around that time, because like if there was like a left-handed samurai, I don't know if Ronin Kenshin in that anime, is he left-handed? I don't remember, but I thought he was. If you're left-handed and someone else is right-handed and your sheath, like your swords like bump into each other, it's like, oh my gosh, like, you know, we can't have that. So everyone just be right-handed, you know, prevent that from happening. Everyone just go right-handed and put your samurai sword on the left side. No problem, right? No problem. Everyone just gets standardized. Feel bad for the lefties, but that was something. Yeah, so that was more for survival, cultural etiquettes. Times have changed. Times do be changing. Yeah? And, oh, I wish I had like a drum roll. But yeah, times are changing. And genderbread person is here to keep you up to speed of such changes that exist and have always existed, but has now been nice and neatly baked into a genderbread person for your consumption. Yes, please enjoy the genderbread person. Oh yes, genderbread person, please tell us your wisdom. Ah yes, genderbread person says, the gender identity is on, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4 spectrums. I'm laughing because it's kind of a lot. Like I'm trying to like think in another person's perspective. Like if you've never seen the genderbread person, this must be like, what the heck? You know, like one of those moments like, what am I looking at? So I'll do my best to break it down for y'all because that's what I'm here for. I'm trying to be there. Okay, I'll try to be present with this. Okay, so we're gonna break down each of these layers, these factors, these components that make up the beloved genderbread person. Still process. Yeah, that's no, absolutely. That's why I kind of chuckle because I'm like this, because I don't know why it's, maybe I'm like laughing because I'm nervous, so it's like to diffuse the anxiety. I'm like kind of giving a little chuckle, right? Like, oh my gosh, like this must be so overwhelming for someone who's like, what am I looking at and why, right? But again, like I said before, because in my journey, personally, I had the chance to sit with this and stare at it until it like made sense to me. Whereas and that was like a discovery that I wanted. Whereas this is more like, hey, I want to check out what Poette's all about. You know, what is all this? And then you're just shown this right off the bat, and it could just be very very overwhelming. Okay. All right, yeah. So, and then likewise, like maybe you do understand some of these concepts, and that's great. And then seeing this is like, okay, I'm like piecing it together, and you know, I get it now. Wow, cool, awesome. It's like nice and baked into this little infographic that's colorful and, you know, easy to interpret. But like when I first saw this right off the bat, I was like, what the heck? And then I dove in and I read everything. I was like, hey, what is gender identity? Did like a separate window or tab and read all about that, and it was just, the quest for knowledge never ends. The quest for knowledge, y'all. So to be a true scholar is the quest for knowledge, or as one scholar likes to proclaim, acquire knowledge. So I'll do my best to break it down a little bit more in depth for folks, and you know, let it sit, let it marinate, let it bake in the back of your mind, in the oven of your brain. Let it just sit there, cooking. Oh, it's out of order. It's out of order. Oh, okay, so I have to go backwards. Okay, so first one was gender identity, and it's like on a spectrum, right? So from the one extreme end, you got typical, you know, vanilla, white bread, like easy, male. On the other side, it's like easy, vanilla, simple, nothing, you know, female, dunzos. But wait, no, sorry, that's biology, my bad. I already failed. I failed my own presentation. I'm cringing. Look away, everyone, just look away. Do not perceive me. Give me a second. I need a moment. I done messed up. Hold on, give me a second. That was cringe, that was painful. That was so painful. Okay, rewind a few minutes before I cringed myself out of existence. We're gonna redo. Like, life's a game. I died on that level. I died on the level of genderbread person. This is a redo. Gender identity. On this spectrum, it is masculine and feminine. Yeah? Okay. One end of the spectrum is masculine, one end of the spectrum is feminine, and then there's everything in between. And usually in the middle is something of androgyny, where you have either a combination of both qualities and or neither quality, where it's ambiguous. And it could be either or, masculine or feminine. And that's pretty cool. I think that's like really cool for me. That's like really interesting. But again, not everyone shares my interest. So maybe there's more interest in masculine expressions, whatever that is defined or not defined as. And then there's the more, you know, feminine, etc. Currently, in certain spaces and dialogue, the definition currently, and it's not, doesn't mean it's true, but with masculinity, in some definitions, it's anything that's not feminine. And that's really tricky. And it gets into kind of this toxicity, a lot of like aggression. So maybe within both ends of the spectrum, there's like a yin and yang. There's like a positive and a negative expression of it, right? There's like a constructive, and then there's like a destructive expression of femininity and masculinity, right? Maybe. I know. It's like, now it's like a 3D spectrum. It's no longer a linear singular line. It's a line that has depth. It's a 3D spectrum. Yeah, it's like playing 3D chess. But yeah, so that's kind of my thinking. Again, it's a little complicated, but that is the gender identity bit. Okay, cool. I passed the level. I managed to defeat the dragon of this level. Moving on to next level. Not okay. You know what? I already died. Okay, I already died. As I moved on to the next level, I just fell off the. I just fell off the edge of the video game. I'm so sorry. Okay, going back. We're gonna go to gender expression. Okay. Gender expression is gender expression is how you express yourself. And here's the tricky thing, y'all. You can express your gender, or you can just express yourself, and it can or cannot. It doesn't have to align with your gender identity. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, a little crazy, but more often than not, like 9 times out of 10, your gender expression, excuse me, your gender expression should align with your gender identity. Or you can experience things like gender dysphoria. Yeah, gender dysphoria. It's like imposter syndrome, but for gender. Yeah, pretty wild. I've been there, lived through it, sat with it. It's uncomfortable, but it's not like the end of the world. It's just really uncomfortable. And it can really mess with your sense of self, and it can really mess with your sense of self-esteem, really. So ideally, you would like to have your identity expressed in alignment, right? So if you are, androgynous and this is your comfort zone, maybe not swaying too much into the masculine or feminine, and just kind of keep into something more, a combination of both expressions or neither is more comfortable for you. Maybe if you're, more aligned with feminine identifiers or identifying as more, on the feminine, what does that mean? What does that look like? And then aligning your expression to what you wear, to how you appear, how you want to express yourself through speech and demeanor and body language and what have you. Yeah, that's the expression part. That's the stuff we see externally as we navigate and interact in this space, in an environment with others. And the gender expression is going to be probably the most, I don't know what the word is, maybe y'all can think of a better word, but for me, I feel like gender expression is one of the pillars, is one of these factors that can cause a lot of problems and confusion for others. Because it's something that you can see, right? It's the thing that you can see the most out of all of these, really. Maybe the next one. Maybe like your biological, your biologically assigned sex could also be like something that's externally perceived very easily. And so, again, these are all on like different layers, right? Different, it's like Photoshop. If you guys have ever watched an artist draw digitally, you know how there's like different layers, and so on one layer you could like draw something with a red pen or marker digitally, and then you make a new layer. The next layer is like you use blue, right? And depending on the opacity, you can mix with the red and it turns purple. And you can do all these like interesting effects. So that's kind of what we are. Humans are just a walking Photoshop project file. I'm gonna just sit with that. But alright, I'm gonna just move on. Yeah, so again, the what is it? Assigned sex at birth. So this one's really interesting, and I think it's important to note. This is kind of obvious, but also like really subtle. The obvious part is, okay, one end of the spectrum is gonna be, yeah, the male organs and the male sex organs and the what is it, chromosomes and everything, right? And all the facial features or you know, the features on the body that may align with your biology. On one end of the spectrum is, you know, the female and the reproductive organs and that go with that, and then, you know, again, the body that aligns with the biology of the female sex. Okay, but here's the thing that is more subtle. You do actually get some variation. So it is still on the spectrum. It's still, there are some nuances and variations. For example, again, this is not a bad thing. This is observed, and this is to celebrate and honor. Have you ever seen like men and or women, like their biology is, you know, their assigned, what is it? Their assigned biology is what it is, but based on genetic, cultural, you know, the genes, they can have different qualities. So traditionally we think, oh, female is petite and small and blah, 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 blah. But then within that female, like, I don't know what you call it, paradigm, dynamic of all, anything that could be represented as female, you get like, you know, Valkyries, you get warriors, you get various body types, various different features, and it's all diverse, right? And so to kind of make like one biological sex have to look or be a certain way is very, very dangerous, right? It's very dangerous. So there can be women who have like broader shoulders, maybe they're short, maybe they're tall, maybe they have long hair, maybe they have short hair, right? There's all these different features. Maybe they have a more square jaw, maybe they have a pointed face. All these different features that exist in the genetic pool, right, in the biology of being biologically a woman. And then on the other side is like the biology of men, where yeah, there's like these common, you know, there's like commonality, but the appearance is different. I mean, I hate to bring up like, I'm not like shitting on them, but like femboys, right? Where these are men, like biologically these are men, and they're normal, they're healthy, they're fine, but they're by design are different, right? They don't look maybe like, it's variation is what it is, and that should be fine. And so again, to say that a man who's like more skinny and tall and petite, or like you know, not like bulky, is like less than or anything. No, it's all, you know, that. Now, in the middle, kind of somewhere in between, we have intersex. And that was the story that I was sharing with y'all earlier, where there was a farmer who basically had both sex organs at birth. And so the doctors had to like figure out, okay, well, what are you, right? Like, I don't know why they couldn't have just put intersex on the birth certificate, you know? But the societal construct didn't allow for that, which I think is, again, BS. And that's why we're here, right? To make space for these anomalies that exist in society. So that was a really interesting story. I'm wondering though, if I could find the person that story farmer. I wonder Oh yeah, it's his name. Oh, so because this person had to be pushed to one side. It's a Tasmania farmer, and their name is Rob Wilson, and they were basically intersex, and yeah, so they're from Australia. I'm not sure if y'all want to look into that or not, but basically this Tasmanian farmer, Rob Wilson, was born with a combination of male and female anatomy. So this is not like his identity. This is not his expression. This is not his orientation. This is literally his biological makeup. This is his hardware. Yes, that's a good word. Hardware. Biological hardware. Their biological hardware was had both, and he expressed that growing up, because he had both organs, ultimately the doctor said, "Oh well, you seem more like male, right, on one side of the spectrum, so we're just gonna shove you there, even though you are both." So this person was had to experience a lot of challenges navigating that, and it's so sad. But definitely check it out. I think it's worth looking into if it's something that interests you or you're curious about. I don't know if I want to pull it up, but yeah, Rob Wilson, Tasmanian farmer. I believe they're from Australia. Yeah, and then the orientation is more like your romantic interests, romantic and mating, your mating interests. Yeah, so your romantic, and then romance and mating practices or sexual orientation is different, actually. So within this spectrum, there's more. There's layers. There's a what is it? What's that thing where you are on like a Photoshop layer, and then within that layer you can do like things within the layer? Clearly I don't do enough digital drawing, but nah, moving right along. Okay, so that was a lot of information, right? I don't know about it. Yeah, I can't put Photoshop on my resume either. I can put PowerPoint presentation. I can do the Google slideshow and the Google Docs, but I can't do the Photoshop. What is that? Oh. What is that? It's okay. It's a practice. Oh, I've actually heard about this as well. Okay. This is actually really interesting. Yes, it is. No, 100%. You're so on point. I have heard of this. I just forgot what it was called. You're so right. I watched a documentary about this. Maybe like, it feels like years ago. I don't know how to pronounce this Afghanistan, like this Afghanistan, like it's like the language, like I don't know how to pronounce, so I'm probably gonna butcher it, but it's like Bacha Posh, and yeah, it's a practice. I don't know where it 100, like I don't know if it's related to social and cultural or if it's more economical, because what ended up happening was there was a man. So the interview or the documentary that I watched was there was a man who had like, I don't know, like 5 or 6 children, and all of his children are they're daughters, they're girls, right? And he was always hoping for a son, but he's like getting old now, right? And he needs to like make money now to feed and support his entire family, so he doesn't have a son. So his eldest daughter basically had to was selected or just ended up being the daughter to that was like learned to become a boy. So the child would take us to their daily life, and they'd get a haircut, and the barber understands what's going on, and they know, and then they cut their hair short like a boy's, and they would play sports with the other boys. And actually the boys were pretty nice. They didn't really that was actually a very supportive environment, but there's always dangers, of course, right? Because there's violence but for the most part everyone kind of knew what was going on. So unless you didn't know, like if you're like a foreign trader and or like a person passing by through the village or town, you wouldn't really know. But yeah, they would do that to, in that situation, in that particular documentary and interview, it was because of economic reasons. But I don't know if this practice of choosing your daughter to become to live like a boy and take on the responsibility of if there's no son or male heir, I guess, then I think they would do this practice. So that was really interesting. So I don't know if it's but it seems socially accepted. I think the thing is it's very careful. There's a very fine line. So I think it's there's some understanding, and a lot of the friends and the girls and the students all know what's going on. It's not a big secret, but it's also not celebrated or talked about. It's just kind of hey, so and so is is a girl, but they're raised as a boy, and they have to do the things that guys are usually do, and they're omitted from wearing certain women's clothes because of this practice. And it's interesting. Some of the men are okay with it. Most of the men are actually okay with it. It's just it is what it is, right? This poor family doesn't have a son, and they need someone to help with help the dad or help the father. When the Moon Was Ours, you had to read the book for English. Oh, okay. Let me just take a look at this. Yeah, no, this was so on point. I'm actually so glad you brought this up. I wasn't sure how informed everyone was, so this is really interesting. When the Moon Was Ours is it looks like a really interesting book. I like the cover. It looks, so it has different cover art, but it's usually blue. There's one that has a house, and there's little moons and stars, and there's another cover where it's a moon and it looks like it's in the ocean, but it could also just be the clouds in the night sky. Oh, that looks really... I'm so glad that they had you read that for school. I feel like there's so much nuance just in that experience, And I'm doing the best I can to kind of give everyone the too long, didn't read, snapshot, summary of it. Not the book, but of gender identity and in general, and this practice that is done in Afghanistan. I think more often than not, it's more commonly practiced when the family doesn't have a male, when there's no male heir. That was always my understanding. But again, I don't live in Afghanistan, and I don't know the culture and nuance very well there, so my understanding is limited. That's why I mentioned I'm not sure if it's related to a sociocultural, I don't think that they're doing this out of progression, out of progress, social progress. I think it's out of necessity. It's more for economic and survival reasons. Because if you think about it, if in Afghanistan, if an Afghan family had a son, they wouldn't need a daughter to do this, right? So I think it's kind of more out of necessity and economic. Let me just quickly check. Yeah, and that's okay. I think understanding where our knowledge is, where it ends, where how much we know, is part of self-awareness, and it just goes to show there's more to understand. So full transparency, not entirely sure if it's like a cultural progress thing or like just I gotta survive. Like I got family, I got kids to feed. I need to make sure that I can feed all my children and my wife and pay the bills and make sure, you know, we're sustaining, and you know, I need someone to help out, and you know, sorry, you're gonna have to help out. So and I think it's also for protection in a weird way to say it. It's like camouflage, because if you kind of masquerade, I don't know if there's like I don't want to like set a negative connotation, but if your daughter is like female presenting, they might not be taken as seriously. So the practice of kind of disguising and, you know, giving her a more like training her into knowing how to talk to get things done and not be perceived, you know, in a certain way. It's a lot. There's a lot there actually, right? And I feel like the fathers who go through this process might have like a really interesting understanding. Like I'm very interested to like ask like the fathers who by necessity have to raise their daughters as a male just to help, you know, like how do they feel like, and you know, like are they worried that their child is gonna be bullied? Is it a safety concern? But honestly, it's both a safety concern. If the father took the daughter out and the daughter is female presenting, like that's dangerous. That's very dangerous. Whereas like it's like more in that culture more socially acceptable for him to be accompanied by a male presenting, right? Like they present. So this goes back to the expression part. And it's interesting because I think a lot of these daughters don't necessarily identify, not all of them, some do, some don't. And that creates that nuance, right? In the interview, they interviewed and you know, asked permission to different families who practice the Bacha Posh in Afghanistan, and some of the girls, some of the children said, "Oh, I'm okay with this. This is kind of who I've become, and I'm fine with it." Others say, "Oh, this is very difficult, and I can't wait until I don't have to do this again, you know, or anymore. Or I don't know how long I have to do this for to help my family." But I do kind of, this is my opinion, I do kind of like prefer this practice over like marrying off your children, like selling your child off as an object. Whereas this, you still kind of retain, you know what I mean? Like that's a really bad way of like thinking about it, but like if I had to choose, I would rather like keep my child with me, like as family, because I, you know, obviously I love them, and like, you know, and then just kind of like risk, you know, disguising them and just hoping that the other boys and the other children, the girls and the men, and you know, with the interview with these children, the people, the children who have to practice the bachapash, they say that their friends are usually pretty accepting about it, especially their female friends and colleagues and their male colleagues and friends. It seems like it's been supportive. There have been instances of, you know, minor conflict, but again, it's always diffused. So that was kind of nice to hear. But again, we don't always get the full story. It's not always like a happy experience, but yeah, so there's a lot going on there. Just scratching the surface on that. I think it's really interesting. It's kind of like Mulan. It's basically Mulan is what it is. So with that, I'm sure there's many instances where if you know, present a certain way, or you know, there's an adjustment time where, you know, they know you as one way, one era of your life, and you transition and change, and you know, you say, hey, you know, I'd like to be addressed as, I don't know, they, them, or he, him, or she, her. So the best we can do to support a person who is non-binary, who is trans, who is transitioning, who is, you know, questioning and figuring out what feels right to them in terms of identity and expression and who they want to be and how they want to navigate the world, the best we can do is be civil and all of these things. Again, respect pronouns, respect their chosen name. We should honestly, there's a lot of work that like normalizes pronouns and sharing pronouns, even if you're not non-binary, even if you're like straight, heterosexual, like cis, gender, and all that. It doesn't really hurt to ask, because when we say how are you, it's kind of like saying, oh, what are your pronouns? It's kind of, to me, very equal. And there's also criticism saying how ridiculous it is, but not really. Not if you care enough, not if you respect another person. It's not ridiculous. Yeah? But again, that's just my perspective. There is like a whole community who disagrees. Totally valid. Like I get that. Like I see that they see things differently, and that is their experience, right? That is their opinions and prejudice. And the question I would ask is, when you think like that, is it harmful or is it helpful, right? Like, what is preventing you? What is the fear? What is the danger? What is the threat that is being perceived? Yeah, or just say the person's name. I think it's like the safest thing ever. Or you could be like me, and then you just like, you have early stages of Alzheimer, and then I can't remember your name, or I'll mistake you for that. That was a time period. My pre-Alzheimer arc, I would like to put that behind me, but yo, welcome in, scholars. Or hey, Panda. Hey, welcome in. We are talking about the social blunders that happen and how do we repair the small social blunders, such as when we bump into someone or we spill water on someone's, shoes. I mean, the common courtesy is, oh, apologize and correct yourself and offer to, hey, let me help you out. Let me get you some, napkins or paper towel, So similarly, if there's a social blunder, we can create space to be corrected and self-correct ourselves as well, right? And maybe inform ourselves about, why do people wish to be called or perceived this way? Have I been throwing water at people? Have I? I don't know. Never! Absolutely not! Why would I do that? Actually, wait, that's so funny. In Thailand, there was a holiday. There was a holiday in Thailand recently. I think it was last weekend. In Thailand. They throw water at each other. Wait, what's it called? It's like a festival. It's in Thailand, I swear. Thailand Water Festival. I used water gun. Yeah, I just the water gun is a powerful Pokemon technique. Okay. So in Thailand, the water festival, and again, it's in Thailand, so I don't think I can pronounce it correctly, but I think it's called the Songkran Festival in Thailand, is equivalent to New Year's. So at first it was just like, oh, you take a little bit of water and like, blessings to all, cool down, it's hot in Thailand, take some water here. But in more contemporary times, the water splashing is literally just like, looks like people take out water guns and they just like, it's like a super soaker, and it's like a water tag. There's a few people who are taking out the water hose. If not, it's like the fire hydrant is released onto the public. What? Wait, what's going on? Well, what news? There's news? of the water festival. Wait, I missed it. Uh-oh, I'm only seeing happy water spraying and festival, and people are just you know, taking water, and it's like a happy good time. Wait, what did I miss? I looked it up. Wait, what's going on? Wait, whoa. What? Oh, wait. Oh, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. The first 4 articles are talking about what the festival is, and then when I scroll down, where it's like more news related, holy cow. Oh, I'm just now seeing the news. I did not know that. Okay, water gun is very deadly. What? I did not know that. Hold on. I'm gonna read this article really quick. I think it's from Australia, but what's going on? Okay, 72 hours in this event. What's going on? Are they drowning? Nah, maybe put the water gun down. Oh, okay, so it's traffic related. Okay, I thought people were like being dunked in so much water that they're drowning. There was a tourist that was attacked. Wow, okay. Thailand is saying, I don't like tourists no more. Go back home, away. Oh my gosh, okay, that's very... Okay, so despite the government's road safety campaign, enforcement, oh, okay, drinking and driving, oh no, oh dear, oh boy, how we have strayed. Well, that is very unfortunate. That's very terrible. That's very sad. Yikes. Okay, so I didn't see that. I had to scroll down to the news and I didn't read the headlines. I just kind of looked at the images and it just had people, you know, with little water guns and, you know, like water everywhere. I didn't read the headline. I just saw the first 4 articles. Oh my gosh. Oof, it pays to slow down. But, oh, that's sad. Okay, no more water gun. I don't think I should be a water Pokemon? I don't think I should be water anything. Just... I should never have a water gun. Period. Yeah, then I thought it was like the... Yeah, so definitely need to look into stuff, right? Gotta slow down. Just at a glance, that was very misleading. Absolutely. Definitely need to look into these things. Can't just take things at face value. Grass type? Yeah, what can happen? No, nothing bad can happen if you're a grass type. I'm strong against what? I think I'm strong against water types, right? Because the water type just like waters me and I grow and I'm a plant. But then I'd be really weak against fire type. You know, I've always wanted to be something of a psychic Pokemon if I was. Espeon. A shiny one. Because a shiny Espeon is green. I've always really liked Espeon. I don't know. Yeah, I'm definitely a shiny Espeon. Yeah, that we'll go with shiny Espeon. I do wish that the little forehead gem wasn't red. Maybe for mine it can either be blue or the color of my dimensional eye. I don't know, my other eyeballs. Oh. Yeah, because I don't really have anything red. And then the jewel on its forehead is red. Maybe I can be the, what is it, the factory malfunction, and instead of red, the gem turned out blue. I'm the factory reject. I'm the factory reject shiny Espeon. Sorry, y'all. I'm the defect. Yeah, I didn't know until it was brought to my attention a few years ago, maybe like 2-3 years ago. I was like, oh, that's perfect. That's so perfect. Because there's not a lot of green psychic Pokemon. Wait, let me look up green psychic Pokemon. Oh no, there's a few. There's this one called Duocean. It's pretty cute. It's so cute, actually. Oh my god, that's so cute. Oh. Since they have 2 divided brains, at times they suddenly try to take 2 different actions at once. So relatable. Like when my brain splits and I start doing the thing where I split the topic, and it's like I'm just like splitting hairs in a single conversation. It's like I have 2 brains and I'm trying to like entertain 2 conversations at once. Actually, no, there's a word for it online. Maybe not. Maybe I'm not like that. Yeah, it's like a blob cell. It's actually really cute. The mouth is like a little red diamond. It's so freaking cute. But online or in internet culture and I guess in psychology they call it like schizophrenia. I wouldn't say I have schizophrenia, so maybe not. I don't want to be associated with that. But the blob is so freaking adorable. Oh my god, I actually want to have one just to observe like it wanting to like split because mitosis. Oh, it's a bug. That's Solosis and Duocean, and then it evolves into Reunicelus. I don't know how to pronounce that, but that it's like reunion. They combined again. That one's really cute too. Where do they come up with these names? I have the level of creativity is it's so cute. Look at this diamond mouth. I can't with that diamond mouth. Oh my god, I need to make like a design where one of the mascots or the mascot needs to have like a little diamond mouth like that. That is too adorable. Cell division Pokemon, yeah. Just took a micro. You can't escape. You will not. That's so funny. There's another Pokemon. I don't know how to pronounce these names. How do they come up with these names? It's like a grass type. Okay. It's there's a male version and a female version. So this one's like what? Gardevoir and then Gallade. I don't know. There's another one called Alakazam. That's the old school. Could I be an Alakazam? You know, I feel like I would look like a person in the Pokemon universe who would have an Alakazam or like a what's it called? Abra. I feel like I'd be something, you know, like how Misty in Pokemon had Togepi, and like Misty would always just hold Togepi everywhere because Togepi is just a little egg. Yeah, I feel like I would want like an Abra. I used to think Abra was really cute. And then I also thought that Alakazam was really epic and cool looking as well. Let's see, what other psychic Pokemon? The Tangent is real! The Tangent is so real. Non-binary discussion turned Pokemon anime convention or conversation. Okay, I gotta get off this. But the Duocean Pokemon is so freaking cute. I will never let this down. No, I will. That stays with me forever. I think I need a Duocean now. Okay, moving on. I promise I'm gonna get through this. So these are some ways that we can possibly, you know, be allies and support and allow for social blunders and quick repair. The Yap train is a yappin', is a goin' For real. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. All right. Is that it? Wait, what? Oh, the fun part. The fun part will ensue soon enough. But these are. I guess I should save the closing statements until a little bit later. Well, we'll come back to this. We'll come back to this. Okay. So we're gonna go into the fun part now. But I did want to do kind of a quick check. It has been a little bit over an hour, and I wanted to know if anyone needed like a bio break. I did want to get some more water for myself, honestly, so I can stay hydrated. And then maybe give me like maybe a little less than 5 minutes or so. I'm gonna get some more water, and when we come back, we'll actually talk about some more like parenting, like non-binary parenting, not experiences but anecdotes, because I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things to show. So yeah. Have I eaten yet? You know, I might just like quickly take a bite of some. What do I have? I have cookies. I have some. I'll snack. Oh, I have a banana. Yeah, I'm gonna get a banana. I like bananas. Bananas. Bananas are good. Okay, yeah. You thought the entire stream was a fun part? No, if you thought that was fun, we're about to get more fun. Funner. More fun? The funnest? The highest degree of fun? Eat, drink, and eat. Yeah. Let's just go ahead and take like a 2 to 3 minute break really quick. I'm just gonna grab a quick refill of some water, and yeah, we can just oh, if you guys want, if you haven't already, and if you're curious, I spent a lot of time creating some resources and links in today's like VOD in the description. So below you'll see like resources for non-binary, resources for parenting, and then resources for non-binary parenting. So there's like 3 kind of categories. Feel free to like check them out. I put so much time and effort into compiling these resources. I went through so many like articles and things, and I kind of pick and chose a few that I thought would be helpful and good. So let's go ahead and take a quick break, and then I'll come back and we're gonna talk about more like parenting stuff, because I did introduce like a lot of like non-binary, like what is it, you know, like we revisited the genderbread person, brought to you and baked with love by Sam Killerman, and that person does a lot of really great work. There's so many amazing resources on their website. I think they've really contributed to kind of the community through these like really like informative infographics and providing, you know, resource articles that people can read about and learn on their own and kind of like come to their own conclusions and figure out. So yeah, it'll be good. So let me just grab a sip of water and we'll be back in just a moment. Don't you worry, we're not done yet. The thinking and the learning and the unlearning and the good times are still waiting. All right. So go ahead and feel free to check out some of the resources that I provided in the VOD today. The greatest fun of all. That's like a reference to that to the song, the greatest love of all. Okay, so let me do the thing that I do best. Take care of myself with water. Oh, wait a second. Okay, like lightning speed. I have returned. I have flown back with a message. I'm gonna keep the audio off because I'll be sharing some clips that I think will be very interesting and on the note, like kind of on this in the same realm of the topics today. Also super happy and oh thank you. Yeah. I also wanted to say thank you for the folks who have contributed to today's discussion and you know, whether it was just a few comments here and there moving us along. I do apologize for any of the delays and technical difficulties, but yeah, I still hope it's still like an enjoyable experience for us to talk about some of these, you know, new topics that I feel like aren't like mainstream or popularly commonly talked about, I suppose. Yeah. Hello. There is a Lily that's been lurking and listening. Well, hello. Thank you. You remind me of a Lily that I once knew. It'd be crazy if you were that same Lily. Intense staring. Are you that Lily? Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and let me see. I did want to start off with this story, but oh my god, I know it's you, stop! I know it's you. I know that WK laugh anywhere. I was like spazzing so much that it lost tracking. Hello friend, we are here. Okay, all right, well now I was gonna say something, but I don't think I got the phrasing right. You know, it doesn't matter. That's so cool. Okay, that is, I am mind blown. Was not expecting this. What? Okay, cool. That's so exciting. Yes. we got it. We're so professional here. Professional pigeon here. I have a message to deliver. I have to stay focused. I can't be like this. No, not. This isn't a zoo. Got this. Okay. Okay, cool. So moving right along, there are some really awesome like content out there that exists, and I'm just gonna pull it up and just gonna make it nice and easy for y'all. It's really inspiring, and I really like that it's anecdotal first, and I really like the things that this parent says, and I hope it offers some kind of like insight to the vibe that we're going for in understanding and learning and navigating all of this together. Non-binary things, absolutely love it. And I was really happy that I recently yesterday, I think it was yesterday, I attended like a peer advocate kind of meetup slash workshop. Well, not really a workshop, but it's more like a meeting slash meetup, and it was just so inspiring to be in a space where there's just so much like the nuance, it just all comes together, and there's just so much joy, and everyone like shares the same interest and understanding. It's like I felt so seen and I felt so welcomed. It just like it was like a seamless kind of, you know, interaction. And yeah, so I'm hoping to like kind of take inspiration and like that same positive energy and, you know, share these types of topics and experiences that I've experienced that have been really good, and maybe, you know, I can share that to you out there, and maybe it can help in trying to understand and navigate, and maybe, you know, we can do better as people trying to figure all of this out. So I'll go ahead and share this, and we're gonna watch it together. And I hope that, you know, what this person shares resonates with you. And again, we don't have to be a parent to understand this person's sentiment. I feel like you can still be like a person that's like figuring yourself out. And, you know, for me, as a person who's not a parent, just hearing someone talk about their experience as a non-binary, you know, trying to be a parent and figuring it out is very inspiring, and it kind of gives me a lot of hope. So, you know, a lot of times within mental health, we talk about triggers, right? Oh, we're so triggered, we're so upset. And I think it's also equally important to balance out these negative experiences that are valid and true with positive moments, and I guess we call it glimmers, right? A little bit of glimmer today. So most of the content that I have for y'all are going to be more positive and constructive. Yes, thank you. Lettuce Gremlin gets it. It is, you're going to have to kind of lock in, because I think it's interesting. It's just really interesting. You know, take it with a grain of salt. There's going to be, I'll talk about it a little bit later, but let's just, everyone just, you know, put on whatever you need, get comfortable. You know, take notes if you will, sit with it, let it kind of swirl in your brain, and you don't have to have an answer. You know, no one needs to be an expert. Let's just all hold space for each other and the experience of being a non-binary parent in this day and age. So without further ado, I'm gonna go ahead and play it, and I'll mute myself, and you guys can let me know your thoughts, because I think it's really interesting. Here we go.
To most people, I'm just a parent, but to my kids, I'm Dada. It might seem strange as a non-binary parent to use a gendered term like Dada, so here's why. I know I still present fairly masculine, but I don't really like terms like father or even dad in most cases. And while I don't mind being called mom, that doesn't quite fit either. So to other adults I meet, I'm just a parent, and I think it's going to stay that way. But I'd like my kids to call me something that has a little bit of endearment, and that's easy for them to say. Our daughter's not even 2 yet after all, and can't say a whole lot. Mama was already taken, and my wife and I wanted different names, so Dada it is. But the truth is, I don't have it all figured out. I don't know what they're going to call me when they get older and outgrow terms like Dada. I know it's going to happen someday, and I'll need to figure something out before then. At the end of the day, this is all a journey. I'm constantly figuring out new things about myself, so I know that when we get there, we'll figure something out. Sometimes I have to remind myself not to take this queer journey too seriously. Gender is kind of like theater. We're all just playing a role, and we can do whatever feels most comfortable for us. So for now, this is what works for us. And that's why, to most people, I'm just a parent, but to my
Okay, that was the end, and it loops. So it does loop. I got a little nervous because I wasn't sure about the audio. I hope it didn't blast anyone. Ugh, feels bad if it blasted anyone. I tried to adjust it. It looked like it was loud, but maybe it was just right. Maybe it was loud. Was everyone able to hear the video? I think y'all were able to hear it. Otherwise, maybe, maybe, possibly, mayhaps. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, it seemed a little bit loud, so I tried to lower it and adjust it. So, but the good thing is that this person, the parent, didn't talk really loud. So that's good. Like he had they had like a very kind of like a calm voice, so it wasn't like, hey guys, like I'm a non-binary parent. Like he was like shouting into the microphone. Oh, yeah, well, I can lower my mic. I could talk more quiet. And a wear nose cup. Okay, cool. Okay, so yeah, obviously adjust as needed, please. That's why I kind of give you guys like the heads up. If you want to like lower it first and then kind of bring it up as needed. Yeah, that's always been like my biggest like concern. I'm like, is this gonna work? But okay, so we can rewatch it again. I really liked how down to earth this entire clip was. It wasn't super like influencer, like I'm trying to sell you a product. It was very just like there was like vulnerability. And so some notes, like what they were saying is they have a 2-year-old daughter, and currently, they're being referred to as Dada or Dada, like that, like, but as the child's gonna grow up, how do we navigate language? And there is a guide, believe it or not. There's this article called lgbtqnation.com, a guide to inclusive gender neutral family terms. And at first it's kind of humorous and funny, like how you would call, for example, was it your child offspring, a spawn. A spawn is a humorous term usually applied to underwater creatures, but that is it's a kind of seems like a kind of a playful way to refer to one's offspring. There's just a lot of different words and language being developed to honor and accommodate. Yeah, the vocabulary and having the language to talk about your experience is so important. So I hope this particular person is able to, figure out what feels right for them while honoring, the society at large to have these labels and allow the child to navigate their experience, in school, in parent teacher conferences, and what have you. So the next bit that I want to show you, it might be loud. I'm not entirely sure, but okay, so this is a clip. So this is like she's like what is it? A certified parent coach. I will need to like triple check this woman's credentials, but from what she's explained, it's very interesting. Ah, yes, my non-existent firstborn. So, but for now, we'll take everything with a grain of salt. And if anything, the content is more constructive than destructive. So let's sit with it. Adjust the volume to your liking. If it's loud, let me know. Just be like, loud, it's too loud, and I'll adjust it as well. But so we're gonna watch a moment where this is a mother with a gray headband, or a caretaker, if you will. So this is kind of the more like parenting side of things, right? We talked a lot about like non-binary identity, how to go about being an ally, social blunders that are easy fixes. Like if you misgender someone, it's okay, not the end of the world. It's like you just bumped into someone. Oh, excuse me, sorry, my bad, right? Misgender someone. Oh, sorry, I misstepped on your pronouns. I meant and then insert correct pronouns. My bad, right? Still working on it. And totally forgivable, right? Social blunders happen. So we talked a lot about like non-binary experiences, the genderbread person. So now we're moving on to more like the parenting side of human existence. So this one I really liked because it's, well, maybe you'll see it, maybe you won't, but we'll try to break it down. So I'm gonna go ahead and start it. Give me a second, I'll mute, and please adjust as needed the volume. And let me know if I can make any adjustments as well to the audio. Here we go.
Feel, don't use your feelings to describe her. Do not call your sister annoying though. You can tell her how you feel annoyed, but don't call her annoying, because she is not annoying. Maybe what that was happening was annoying you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you say next time? Tell her how you feel. Don't use your feelings to describe her. If you are annoyed because something she is doing, you don't say, you're annoying. You say, I'm annoyed right now because you are putting my books away wrong. Do you like when someone says that you're annoying?
Nope.
Or would you rather them say they feel annoyed?
Yeah.
Okay, you don't get to tell her what she is. You get to only tell her how you feel.
Everyone sees a simple correction, but family therapists see something happening here that will literally determine the quality of this child's relationships for the rest of their life. This video is a masterclass in the emotional ownership method, and it's the difference between children who blame others for their feelings and children who take responsibility for their emotional experience. What most children accidentally learn is to use their emotions as weapons against others. You're annoying, you're mean, you're stupid, and they learn that their feelings define other people's worth. The emotional ownership method builds healthy relationships. First, we want to separate feelings from identity. I feel annoyed describes your internal state. You're annoying attacks their character. Then teach emotional responsibility. Your feelings belong to you, not the other person. When you say, I'm frustrated because you're touching my books, you own your emotion while explaining what the trigger is. Then model the language consistently. Instead of, oh, you're driving me crazy, say, I'm feeling really overwhelmed right now. Children learn relationship skills by watching how you handle your own emotions. What this creates in adult relationships is people who can express their needs without attacking their partner's character. They become adults who can say, I feel unheard instead of, you never listened to me. And this creates adults who can navigate conflict without destroying connection. They preserve relationships because they learned early on that feelings are temporary, but character attacks leave permanent damage. Comment ownership below to book a
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I paused her right there because she's trying to promote something. But this will be the next one. So that was the first video that I watched of this content creator, and I fell in love. I was like, I need more. This I don't know what their pronouns are, but they keep it neutral. They go really fast, right? So lock the F in, right? Like I had to like rewatch this. I think I rewatched this like 4 or 5 times. I was like, yes, because before this, I tried to talk about using I statements, the emotional ownership method. So this is emotional ownership method, but the kids version, right? As a parent, you're teaching that. So, but as an adult, it's really easy to like attack someone because of how you feel. But when you apply and you learn and you practice emotional ownership of for yourself and in your friendships, start with just friendships. Start with, your family or your siblings, right? Instead of calling your sibling an annoying menace, you'd be like, I know you're really young and you don't really get things because you're still figuring all your stuff out. But like when you're just, leaving your clothes everywhere and expecting mom and dad to pick it up, it's really annoying. And it makes you a menace to society, in my opinion, because you're just, you have a total lack of understanding of your environment. You could say something like that-ish. I mean, you're still kind of like calling them out, but I'm so sorry. That was like the example that came up because I was like, this is something that just. I'm so sorry. Yeah, and like at first, I was really nervous that someone would see that mother, that parent, that woman say like, oh man, she's so mean and bossy. No, she was being very firm. She was being firm, and she's like, hey, I'm not gonna allow you to like bully your sibling, your sister, so don't do that, right? Because like women growing up already getting a lot of like implicit messaging from society. I don't want it in my house. Let's not do that. So this has so many layers. This has so many layers, and I loved it. I watched this. I swear, I think I watched this like many times. Like, and I do want to I almost want to rewatch it. I just don't want to annoy you guys. If it's like, oh, I don't want to watch it anymore. But it just went so fast. Like, there was like a step-by-step procedure. Like, okay, step 1, own your feeling, acknowledge it, separate how you're feeling with like name calling and basically bullying, right? And like own your emotion, and then also address like the trigger as well. So that's so helpful. I don't know if this person is like a clinical psychologist or has a degree or anything, but like we can all just acknowledge that was very constructive, right? Like, can we at least just acknowledge, like, even if she's not a doctor, maybe she is, I don't know, if she's not, then okay, she's not a doctor, but her ability to like share that information in a very digestible way is should be acknowledged. So I should have done my due diligence. I think I was just a little overwhelmed, so I didn't look into this content creator's like entire kind of like background and credentials. I know that's been a problem in the past where folks want more scientific, and I totally agree. But for now, let's just acknowledge that that was very constructive and not not necessarily destructive. And it's hard. It's hard to be a parent. So for a parent to say, hey, like, I'm going to teach you emotional ownership, and this is what it looks like, and this is what it sounds like. Here's the thing with children and just people in general. It's going to take more than one time. I'm sure this parents around the world probably have to, they're on repeat. They're like, I've said this again. I've said this once, but I'll say it again. Do not, call your sibling, a negative name. Please, like, just acknowledge that you are feeling frustrated or whatever emotion you're feeling, and then address the behavior that your sibling or friend or whomever is doing, and take the steps to resolve it. That's what true repair means. And sometimes there might need be a little bit space in between for folks to cool down, like, so that they're not heightened or activated, right? And then, in parenting, maybe we used to call it timeout, whatever you want to call it. But I just thought that was really helpful. And I really loved that I got to see the emotional ownership play out, but like, again, towards through parenting. So I thought that was really cool. I don't know what you guys thought about it. I personally just liked it because I could just rewatch this. I could just like study this and take notes and really like imagine and create scenarios where, like, okay, if ever I feel like a friend, a colleague, a person I'm interacting with at school, online, says something that triggers me and I'm feeling annoyed, would I call them annoying? Would I call the behavior annoying? And then I'll be like, aha, okay, I get it now. I'm feeling a certain way, I acknowledge it, and it's influenced by the stimuli that I'm observing, right? Like, you said this and it made me react and feel this way, etc., etc. So for sure, that's probably the most interesting thing, is that there is no parenting manual, and a lot of us probably didn't really grow up with parents that 100% knew the best way to take care of a child, and no one really does, and science is just catching up, and we're just learning new ways to learn and unlearning old ways, and trying to navigate all this to the best of our human ability. And I think that requires a lot of grace and a lot of care, but definitely set your boundaries. Say no to abuse, whether it's verbal abuse, physical, mental, emotional, financial abuse, where someone's, whatever, right? Whatever the situation is, right? For sure. Yeah, and then with the updates, it's like a what is it? Like a software update. It's like a software update. You're gonna have to kind of adapt, and it's a lot. And again, as I mentioned in the beginning, there's room for unlearning, relearning, deprogramming, lots of self-awareness. And more recently, I've been saying, y'all, I'm just a messenger pigeon bird. Like, you might not like what I say. You might not even like what I'm expressing, but I'm not like the only person who believes this way. So oftentimes how I've like come to terms with some of the negative experiences I've had online is like, I don't even take it personal, but still the behavior is not okay, right? But I see it as literally emotional ownership. When someone says, oh, Poette is stupid, it's not that, It's not that I'm stupid, it's just I'm human and maybe there's something about me they don't like, but they're all, you know, these haters or trolls or whatever are also not taking ownership of their emotions. So this entire like template, you can like transfer it across anything. School, work, family life, friendship, partners, marriage, like interactions. Basically, if it's dealing with another human, you can apply this. Yeah. If if it's related to like a social interaction, interpersonal relation, whatever, this is very much applicable. So definitely a work in progress. I always say everything is a maintenance. Mental health is a maintenance. Yes. Hartman, hello, welcome in. Hartman music. We like that music. Welcome in. We are in the parenting topic. I struggled with trying to like merge the intersection of non-binary and parenting for non-binary parenting day, so I just separated it. I was like, okay, first part of this stream is going to be defining and understanding and honoring the identities that, you know, are associated with non-binary expression and what have you. And then this is the second part where we're kind of, this is a bit of a deep dive. There's so much to break down, and honestly, like the video, I rewatched it personally. I rewatched it like 4 or 5, 6 times on the first go. I was like, there's so much here. Like it's like a class, literally a master class. So helpful. Let me know if you guys want me to replay it one more time or if you want me to move on to the next video. I did not post the link to the video that we watched anywhere. So I'm trying to think if I should post it, compile it in like a neat list in a comment section for you guys. So if you guys want to like have it as like a reference or anything, otherwise, just let me know. I am wary of like posting the link here, but I don't know if you want it, just let me know. Give it a minute. Did you want to rewatch that video of emotional ownership? And let me see. Yeah, emotional ownership method. And how, as parents, we can share that, exemplify it, embody it, role model it for others. I mean, honestly, this kind of is a bit of a tangent. Anything can be applied to this formula. So like even negative traits, right? Alcoholism, you know, absence, neglect, all these negative things can also be mirrored. So again, it takes a lot of like learning and unlearning. If you're okay with either, I think just for the sake of, so unless there's like someone out there that's like dying to watch it again, I'll just move on to the next one. And it's with the same content creator. And it's another video. This one's a little bit more like slower. It's not as interesting. It's a lot of just allowing, sitting with, observing. So it's not like super exciting. Spoiler, the child is just cracking an egg and we're there for it. we're totally there for this child's like, you know, development of what is it? It's neuroscience sees a brain wiring itself for life. I'm just going to read the caption really quick. This moment isn't about an egg being cracked, a cracking of an egg. It's about how capability is built in the brain. When children are allowed to move slowly through a challenge without being shown, corrected, or rescued, their brains activate integrated learning systems that cannot be developed through demonstration. So it's like they have to go through it themselves. It's at this point, it's like what? Kinesthetic learning. And research in developmental neuroscience shows that active problem solving strengthens neural pathways more than passive observation. So, doing, actively problem solving, trial and error in a safe environment is better than just watching and absorbing that way. What is this? Effortful learning builds longer lasting motor and executive functioning circuits. Autonomy supportive parents increases intrinsic motivation and persistence. In simple terms, the brain learns through doing, not just watching. Yeah, sure. There's muscle memory involved. When we rush to help, we often do it to regulate our own discomfort, the mess, the time, the uncertainty, right? There's a lot of anxiety there. But that interpretation teaches a quiet lesson. I can't do this without you. So it kind of creates this environment of, not independence, but more like reliance and dependency. This mom sends a different message. I trust your brain to figure it out. Pause really quick. I knew several people who are in child development, have their own like daycare centers, and so interesting. They actually, when they had their own children, right? Like they're telling me like, oh, they kind of let their child interact with other children, and I think they don't let their children like take up too much. How do I say it? Like they're there and present, but they like don't. I don't know how they described it. It was like they don't like, they're not overbearing, but it's not. It's kind of really weird to observe and describe. I'll have to revisit that, but basically it's all this. My brain is like malfunctioning. Tiny humans learning new things. Yes. All right, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and mute and again adjust the volume, and hopefully we can kind of observe what it's like to be a present parent, a parent whom is present for the little wins in life. All right, here we go.
Everyone sees a patient mom letting a toddler crack an egg, but neuroscientists see something happening here that is literally building this child's brain in ways that most parents accidentally prevent when they try to help. This video is a masterclass in the capability trust method, and it's the opposite of what most well-meaning parents do when they see their child struggling with a difficult task. What most parents do when children struggle is jump in to show them the right way to do it, or for them to avoid mess and frustration. We think that we're helping them learn, but we're actually preventing crucial brain development. The capability trust method builds stronger brains. First, you want to resist the urge to demonstrate. Notice how this mom does not show her how to crack the egg. She just lets her brain figure out the motor planning and problem solving. Then provide minimal guidance, maximum patience. She gives the tiny hints like put your finger in, but lets her do the actual work. This builds neural pathways for independence and capability. Finally, trust their timeline, not yours. This took much longer than if she had done it herself, but that slow, deliberate practice is exactly what builds strong neural connections and genuine confidence. Struggle builds stronger brains than demonstration, and it's through neural pathway development. When children work through challenges themselves, their brain creates stronger connections for problem solving, motor skills, and confidence. This creates children who trust their own capabilities instead of looking to others for help consistently. They become adults who can figure things out, persist through challenges, and believe in their own ability to learn new skills. Comment trust below to book a free call and get my complete framework for building your child's brain through patience instead of rushing to fix and help.
Well, okay. She's definitely do be shilling her business, but all for all the right reasons. I'm sure like if you're if you're out there and you want to level up your parenting game, well, here's a resource, I suppose. But anyways, no, I really do love the things that this person says. So yeah, so like I said, it's tricky. It's not easy. You wanna kind of like jump in and rescue. Yeah, no, like they're figuring it out, and when I watch that video, I'm trying to think, because obviously there's a moment of like reflection for me, trying to think back on like my experiences. I think that's very natural. I'm trying to think, where were there were so many opportunities where I experienced some independence, but um also kind of developed. So this is really interesting for me, when I think about like how I was raised, because when I was really young, how do I say this? I had a really interesting upbringing. So I feel like there were often times where I was taught how to do something through demonstration and observing, and then I would just do it on my own. And then they would just they kind of did, my parents or whatever caretaker also did something similar where they're like, oh, not like that, like they wouldn't do it for me, but they would let me try to figure it out, and usually it goes pretty well. In the moments where it doesn't go very well, they're kind of like there to help clean up the mess or whatever. And other times I have had similar experiences where there was a bit of like, oh, let me do it, do it for you, like swooping in, like, oh, you can't, you're not allowed to do this, or you can't do this, so let me help you, it's better, I do it, it's faster. And so having experienced both, I can definitely kind of say in my nervous system and in my mind, I think when someone like does something for you, um, and not allow you to go through that struggle and isn't patient with you on that, it does create a sense of like, I don't know, like inadequacy, right? But obviously, as you grow up and you can discern that, okay, I can separate that, and I'm okay with that, right? Like that, I'm an adult now. I know how to like take care of myself. I can do things on my own now. It's but just like thinking back and then trying to like observe like when working with someone younger than you, or even like a friend, where you want to like save them, do it, do all the work for them, but you don't like have to be super hands off. But kind of similar to like the parent in this video, they were allowed to, they gave hints that, just you know crack the egg, and put your finger through the egg and then open it, right? And then you're done. You did it yourself. That was all you, really. So yep, I think as adults, I think if we, instead of like a parent-child dynamic, it's more like friend and friend dynamic. Maybe your friend is struggling and you want to, you want to give them the world, you want to help them, or maybe your partner is struggling, you want to give them the world. There are certain things that people just have to go through and struggle and figure out and learn. And then of course you can still be there and like be really supportive, be that person to, lend an ear if they want advice or solutions. Hey, have you tried this? What about this? Oh, there's a barrier. Well, here's how to get over the barrier. Maybe, do this instead. So, having someone to offer solutions when you need it, having someone listen, we can still apply that same, I guess, what is this? The same kind of like allowing someone to go through their journey, but still being present for them without being overbearing. And then, setting your boundaries as needed. So that just that just reminded me of a lot of things. In my brain, I see a lot of parallel with how so much of this can be applied to so many different social situations. But that's just where my brain goes. I don't know if that makes sense. Potato brain thinks potato brain things, I suppose. You know, baked potato with a bit of butter and chives. So that was about, you know, being a parent where you're present, right? So it's not neglect. Neglect is if the parent just like, oh, here, bake the cake, bake the cookies on your own, goodbye, do that, here's the instructions, bye, and then like goes and watches TV in another room. No, there's a lot of presence there. There was a lot of care, there's a lot of intention, there's even a little celebration, like, yeah, you did it, good job, you know, I trusted you, you did it, good. So it's like building that muscle, building that skill, developing, you know, the confidence for, you know, for the person to be able to grow up and you know, understand that they are capable. But also, it seems like, you know, the environment is caring enough. There's probably going to be moments where as an adult, you grow up, or as a teenager, you're going to need to learn how to ask for help to the right people, and you know, be able to reach out and seek resources to address, you know, a conflict, and also trusting in yourself to know that you are capable of finding the solution and resolving something. Oh, okay. There's heart of mine has been followed, has done the following. Thank you so much. And also, yes, baked potatoes. We are all about them baked potatoes. Unless you have a potato allergy or intolerance to the potato, in which case, proceed mindfully. But yeah, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I'm so glad to have you here. I hope you're enjoying some of the topics that are coming up. Okay, so this next one, again, it's the same person, because I really did fall in love with a lot of the things that were talked about, and it's so easily organized. It's really well organized, and I do wish that it wasn't so packed, because there's just so much to unpack and break down in what is being mentioned in some of these videos. But so this next one, just a little bit of a precursor, like a little I don't know, precursor, I don't know, to this next video is, you know, when parents are really frustrated. I've seen it, I've heard about, I you know, maybe I've even experienced it myself. When you feel really tired and, you know, someone's throwing a tantrum, whether it's like, you know, your younger sibling, your younger cousin, just someone like who's still, you know, learning how to regulate their own emotions, and you feel kind of like, oh my gosh, you know, like you're throwing a tantrum to get your way, and it's really easy to like call that behavior like manipulative, right? And so this next video kind of reframes what's happening, which I think is really helpful. That reframe allows you to kind of take a step back and acknowledge that, okay, I'm frustrated, I'm tired, but I can also acknowledge that there's a need that's not being met, and I, as the caretaker, you know, need to figure out how to address it to the best of my ability with my current limitations, right? And that's through communication, and it's just a lot of work. It also depends on the child's temperament. It depends on a lot of different things. So it's not easy, but that is the challenge, right? That is the challenge. So I'll go ahead and bring this back up. So when a child throws a tantrum to get their way, or they'll act extra sweet to avoid consequences, or they'll cry dramatically for attention because there's a need that needs to be met, it's easy to think that they're being manipulative and that they're, you know, they're yanking you around, as I've heard some people call it. But developmental psychology reveals something that changes everything about how we, or caretakers or parents, respond to these moments. So I'll go ahead and let this person explain the science and the research. And they'll be going over the needs navigation method. So, yeah, let's go ahead and again, hopefully the audio should be good. It shouldn't have changed too much. I hope the audio was good. So, let's get it. Mwah!
What if I told you that children everyone calls manipulative aren't actually manipulating anyone? They're doing something much more important that most parents completely misunderstand. We see a child who cries to get their attention, throws a tantrum just to get their way, or acts really sweet to avoid consequences, and we think that they're being manipulative. But here's what child psychologists know. Children don't actually have the cognitive capacity for true manipulation. What looks like manipulation is actually strategic problem solving. Their brain is figuring out how to get legitimate needs met. Their prefrontal cortex isn't developed enough for calculated deception. They're simply experimenting with cause and effect using the only tools that they have available. The needs navigation method helps children learn better ways to get their needs met. First, instead of calling them manipulative, acknowledge their problem solving. You figured out that crying gets my attention pretty quickly. That was smart thinking. Then look beneath the behavior to find the real need. It sounds like you really needed connection with me right now. Is that right? Then give them better tools to meet that need. Next time you need my attention, try saying, Mama, I really need you. That will work even faster than crying. The result? Children learn to identify and communicate their needs directly instead of using behaviors that actually push people away. Save this for your next manipulative moment and comment needs for my complete guide to understanding behavior as communication. What if I
Yeah, so that was the needs navigation method. First, you recognize that their behavior is communication and not calculation, right? I think I think that's especially when you're dealing with like younger like children, right? And something really negative popped into my brain more as like a cautionary thing, so I'll just bring it to the forefront. I can see like really malicious people taking child psychology and like twisting it to no end. But again, like, hopefully that never, I mean, we're in a really weird time right now with the Kali Yuga and the fire year of the fire horse and the release the files, like we're kind of in a weird time right now. So I think this, again, my intention for sharing all of this is more for learning to cultivate more constructive relations that are healing and going to improve you as an individual in terms of your character and your values, as opposed to trying to get something from someone who's vulnerable or less informed or something. I don't know why my brain goes there these days. I'm kind of like constantly seeing different perspectives. So I think with the word manipulative is really interesting. But yeah, like I said, when you're really frustrated, or as a sibling maybe, or as a friend, maybe if your friend maybe not throws a tantrum, but maybe isn't in a good mood and starts kind of pushing your buttons a little bit, there's an obvious need, a bid for attention, or maybe it can be within your partner or relationship, right? There's a bid for attention that's happening, and rather than seeing it as, oh, you're trying to get something out of me, no, I'm not gonna lean into that bid. You can recognize that, okay, they're acting this way. It's they're trying to communicate something, but I guess it's different with adults because there's a little bit more, I guess, calculation involved. But for younger folks, right, they're still learning, they're still figuring out, their brain is literally still developing, right? Yeah, same. Yeah, I also think framing developing humans, like a human that's still developing, who's like still like very small, like a small tiny human, is very, it takes a certain framework. So again, while I'm trying to hold space for like, okay, there are individuals parents who might be like really burnt out, really frustrated, don't have the emotional capacity, don't have the patience or the emotional regulation for themselves to handle this. And so, they'll start attacking the child and treating them as if they're equal. And the power dynamic is just so not there. The power dynamic is not, is not there. Same if it's like a teenager. Similarly, if it's like a teenager or like a preteen, right? Like they're probably still figuring things out and how they're going about trying to get their needs met. Maybe they don't know how to, figure out what's the best way to feel like they're heard and seen from their parents. And so maybe it'll cause behavior that looks like acting out to get attention in another area, whether it's in school, whether it's with their peers, or so there's just so many points of intervention for helping young folks like navigating society, the village, right? The system that we support, enable, design, and everything. So yeah, so it's a lot. But yeah, with the needs navigation method, right? You're acknowledging, you're recognizing that whatever behavior is a form of communication, there's a need that's not being met, whether it's calculated or not. Okay, so be it. Let's figure out what's that need. It teaches children or whomever who's practicing this needs navigation method a more effective way to get the need met. So in this case, as a parent, if your child is like throwing things, like being destructive, like throwing toys and stomping and screaming and yelling, you're gonna have to be calm, and you're gonna have to learn de-escalation skills. No one teaches de-escalation skills, but I don't even know how I figured out de-escalation skills when I worked in the medical field. It was pretty wild. It was just like natural. I was like, okay, this is going crazy, gotta tone it down, gotta lower the energy, the vibe is a little volatile, we gotta turn it down a few notches, let's just keep it calm and cool. So you'd have to kind of, one of the things you can do is you can kneel down and be kind of more on eye level, so there's less intimidation, right? Like as adults, right? Like as parents, that physical intimidation can also cause a lot of like distress. So just kneeling, getting down on one knee and being like, hey, like I see that you're really upset, you're throwing your toys, I get it, you're really upset, I don't know what's causing I don't know what's making you upset, but let's talk about, right, like how we can remedy this. Like what is it that's causing you to feel this way, and what can we do moving forward? What can we write down? What can we agree upon, right? Like, because it's not okay for anyone to like destroy things, destroy your property, destroy someone else's property or belongings. That's not going to be good in school, that's not going to be good in society. So let's see what we can do. Like how can we basically you're trying to de-escalate. So like what is it that you need to feel maybe less angry? Are you hungry? Did something happen? It's all contextual, right? Is it siblings? Did you lose something? There's just so many things, right? Yeah. So you gotta, try to hear them out. It's really hard. If you've ever seen a screaming child in the grocery store, it's very hard to like not be affected by their scream and then like regulate yourself to be able to get down on their level and say, hey, I'm right here. I see that you're doing this tantrum. I get it. You need something. You're not happy. But in the future, if you need to get my attention, all you have to do is just, maybe there's a code word. Say like, I'm not happy, or say some kind of like, say something where we understand that you're mad, use your words, try to use words, I think in a more like when you're an adult, something that might need to happen is like a cool down time where like if you're really emotionally activated, maybe taking like 15 minutes, splash some water on your face, go for a walk around the block, get some fresh air, then try to come down, sit down, get a piece of paper and pen and write down everything, maybe take some notes, or just sit down with like a third party who can facilitate whatever interpersonal conflict is going on, right? So it's almost like HR, but I don't like using the term HR for something that's more personal because, like, honestly, it's social, like it's a community, it's a village, like we should have these pillars. We shouldn't feel like trapped or isolated. We should be able to resolve these social conflicts in a very civil way. But again, it takes a lot of skill, it takes a lot of self-regulating and emotional regulation, and when you're not taught that growing up, it just makes it that much more difficult to apply, right? Like, so you've never worked out, but we're asking you to do a task where you have to lift something 5-10 times your weight, and you haven't trained for this, right? So you haven't like exercised or trained the muscle that's going to enable you to do this successfully. So I think a lot of parents will struggle, and they will cope just by observation, right? They'll cope in different ways. Maybe it's neglect, maybe it's through other forms of dysfunction, but whatever it is, it's there's a lot of room for growth and a lot of room for relearning, deprogramming, moving forward. So yeah, you kind of offer a solution, right? You teach the child like, hey, this is a better way to get my attention. You don't have to scream, you don't have to like you don't have to like throw things, you don't have to break things, just use your words, communicate. Let's create a system where you can get your need met without losing your mind. Okay. This process, it seems, according to what this person is saying, the needs navigation method, it helps build trust instead of creating shame for having a human need, right? Like a basic need. I need water. I'm tired. I'm cranky, or I'm thirsty. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I'm bored, right? So that's like these are basic needs that just super universal. So maybe the child's bored and they're like, this is no fun. I hate it here. I don't want to go grocery shopping. So they start like throwing things, banging on the walls, throwing things off the shelf. It's also different when the child might have like a condition as well. So there's like a lot of layers and things to consider with being a parent. And along with the needs navigation method is that according to the research in neuroscience, it's supposed to help develop emotional intelligence and direct communication skills, as opposed to passive communication skills or passive language. They use more direct language in a way that's like they learn to like develop direct language that's not like confronting or demanding. It's like it's more affirming. So it's more firm rather than like overtly assertive. So yeah, it's not about letting the child or children get away with difficult behavior, but it's about understanding that behind every tantrum, there's a child trying to solve a problem with limited tools, and they're still trying to figure it out. So yeah, parenting, that's really difficult. You have to be there to kind of guide, learn, teach, parent, and be there in a way that is conducive to their development and growth, essentially. Yeah, it's not easy being a parent. All right, so there's another content creator. I don't know if you guys have heard of this person. They are a father, and he's talking about his son. I don't know if I need to caution this as like, I don't know if I need to like say, oh, this is because I don't feel like it's any kind of, it doesn't, I feel like it doesn't need to warrant anything, but given the current timeline that we're in, I will just warrant something just in case. So again, this is also an opinion. Maybe it's popular opinion or not popular opinion. You guys can let me know, right? Scholars, trans, non-binary, LGBTQ folks who are parents maybe can let me know. But this person is talking about how it's like, how do I say this? Our responsibility as parents or caretakers or caregivers is to teach the values, teach the kind of the foundation of a child's like a child's moral compass, if you will. That's in my own words. But maybe once we watch this, the words will come to me again. But for now, that's just kind of like how I see it. Again, it's a lot of responsibility. There's a lot of responsibility on a parent's shoulder. And even though you could be like the best parent ever, it's not just parenting, there's also resources, pillars of resources that need to be available as well for the parents and for the children, for the child or person growing up. So I hope you guys are enjoying these short clips. I know I really loved watching these, and I just wanted to share it, and it seemed fitting. I actually have a folder for like parenting 101. Not that I want to be a parent. It's more for like because as I was trying to figure out what to study and what career path to go into, I actually did consider childcare and working at a daycare center, but I heard some horror stories, and it's really I couldn't see myself being able to handle or navigate those, so that was kind of sad. But that doesn't mean that I'm not willing to work with adolescents, right? Like I know that's a very turbulent time, so who knows what the future holds. Will I work in like an academic setting, providing resources regarding mental health and emotional regulation, all these things that I'm really passionate about. But I do believe that like education and awareness, and also having the tools, techniques, strategy to basically prepare young people, young minds in a very realistic way is kind of the solution to what we're kind of observing in society. Again, this is just my hypothesis, right? Nothing is it's trial and error. I'm still figuring it out as well, so we'll see. That is my thesis. I'm gonna just mute for now, and we're gonna watch what this dad said and how he's kind of allowed his son and child to navigate spaces outside of the family and home dynamic. Yeah, it's a lot on the parents too, for sure. And when you don't have like a village, you know what they say, it takes like a village to raise a single person, right? So many resources, food, nutrition, was it enrichment? I don't want to call it entertainment. I want to call it enrichment, right? To keep the brain active and developing and learning. That's why like a lot of baby, like the toys are very colorful, and there's a lot of like bold, interesting items, right? Like you want to put up like a poster of the alphabet so they can kind of like see it and learn it kind of passively, and then when they go to school they're like, oh hey, we're learning the ABC, the language. I guess in different cultures you'll see the different languages, right? Like the based on the region, right? So yeah, that's also kind of subliminal, right? The information we absorb and pick up and learn and adopt, it's hard to say what will stick and what will forego. So it's best to be on the more cautious side, and I guess that's why a lot of parents feel strongly about certain content that could affect or not ruin, but influence or I guess mislead. There's so many opinions about it, but anyways, stimulate the mind. Yeah, you want to like keep your mind like engaged, right? And of course there's going to be time for rest as well. But yeah, it's like when you're young, you want to be constant, because you're constantly absorbing. So like, what are you absorbing? And usually you want to include things like language, music, and that really helps the child's brain grow and develop. So definitely keeping a baby in a room locked up where it's dark and there's no color, that's not even funny. That's actually very scary. So yeah, the visual stimulation, the audio stimulation as you're growing and learning child development. I learned a little bit of this because again, there was a period of time where I was wondering and curious about, oh, should I get into like child development? But again, that path, I kind of was like, nope, I'm scared. Not for me. Tater tots, no more. So, but yeah, that was kind of like the little bits and pieces that I picked up. But again, child development and the psychology and the study and the research is still growing and developing, right? Because everything needs to be a science. So we're still figuring it out. Okay, so I really like this content creator. He has a lot of amazing things to say. And this one is usually, most of this stuff is more like political and cultural and social, but this is more about like parenting. So we'll see what he has to say in terms of, you know, how he's raised his son. And then his son was kind of put to the test. And I think for every parent, that's got to be like the most scary thing. I was really worried as well. But all right, without further ado, prepare your eardrums. We're going to watch this and let me know if anything struck a chord with you. But I feel like this is, for me, if it's like it's every parent's biggest fear is that, you know, you find out that your child has adopted bad behaviors, practices, and everything, all that effort just goes out the window. But again, if you learn, take the time to care for your child and learn this, how to be a better parent, I guess, there's a higher probability and chance of successfully raising your child to be an upstanding citizen. Okay, here we go.
Son came home from school and said some boys at recess offered to play with him if he hugged and kissed a girl. I held my breath waiting for his response, and he said, I told them no, that's inappropriate. He said then he told his teacher that he was being asked to do something that made him uncomfortable, and she was grateful that he stood up to peer pressure. Later he said that he actually didn't feel all that bad at all at not being able to play with those boys. So I guess the point is, it's never too early to teach boys about consent and boundaries. Have that conversation with them, and then have that conversation again, and then have it again. It's a conversation my wife and I have with our boys and our daughter all the time. Because it's not that boys will be boys, it's that boys will be the boys we teach them to be. So our 9-year-old son came home from school and said some boys at recess offered to play with him if he hugged and kissed a girl.
Oof, okay, so I had to find the unmute button. That one was really a little uncomfortable for me as well, and I do feel worried that, you know, how others are going to receive this will be different from how I interpreted it. But I just loved that last thing that he said about, like, it's never too late to teach boys about consent and boundaries. And the other day I was talking about boundaries, and not to confuse it with like a request or a prayer or a hope, but a boundary meaning something that is about your behavior. I think a lot of times we think about boundaries as something like, oh, you need to change your behavior to accommodate my boundary. That's actually wrong. Wrong. That's not right. A boundary is a limit that you set for yourself, actually. So a boundary is like, oh, if my boundary is at 10 o'clock. I am going to turn off all electronic devices, and I'm going to go analog. And then my curfew for sleep is, whatever. Those are boundaries that you set for yourself. And it's really important, actually, to identify that as a child, knowing what that is, what that looks like. Because, when you go out into the real world, like kindergarten or the playground, or you go out into, and, as teenagers, our brains are still, figuring out a lot of information, where we belong in society, who we are. And there's only so much our parents can do to prepare us for that. And then the rest is also up to us to navigate and figure out based on what we feel is right or wrong. And by then, have we developed that identity, or that at least that foundational moral compass early on. And then being able to feel stable and not need validation from our peers, through peer pressure, in order to feel loved, accepted, and okay with ourselves, right? So I was really glad to hear I was really, really glad to hear that he raised a good child, basically, right? Because I was also really worried. I was like, not in this society, not in this timeline, So I'm really glad that there's a bit of pushback towards peer pressure. And wow, it's happening at the age of 9. What is that? Elementary, middle school? And like when you're that young, you want to socialize, you want to bond, you want to feel included, and for you to for you as a child to be able to say, this is wrong, and even though I want to be accepted and have friends, my boundary is that I'm not going to accept that. And if that means I refuse to play with these kids because they step on my values, my boundary, which is my values, then so be it. And I felt really uncomfortable, and I think I need to let people know that this made me feel really uncomfortable as a young boy. And I don't think this is I don't think this should be encouraged or whatever. I guess as a kid you don't really think you don't think that much, but you're just probably like, this is wrong, I don't like it, telling teacher because I don't, that was not right. But I don't know, there was a lot of growing up, there was a lot of also more peer pressure. Being the tattletale was peer pressure, and no one wants to be the bad guy, but I think that peer pressure has kind of enabled a lot of the behaviors that we see today. Not speaking out when we see and experience injustice, not being able to communicate when we're uncomfortable because it's being perceived. So all that peer pressure that enables us to not be authentic to ourselves and respect our own boundaries and comfort. Yeah, that's a whole generation of people just gone with the wind. So again, parenting, the foundation being there. I had to relearn that in my young adult/adulthood. So it is possible, not easy. You're going to get name called all the time. We call that bullying. More recently, I was also, I experienced some name calling in my journey as well. So it's, but it doesn't really affect me because that's, again, if you can see that it's more a reflection of the other person. I mean, it's different if I'm a bully and someone says, hey, you're a bully, then yeah, okay, I'm a bully, but that's not the case, right? But yeah, oh my gosh. Boys will be the boys we teach them to be. I saved that as the cherry on top. I just wanted to finish my thought, but I thought that was so beautiful. I love that about what he said. Boys will be the boys we teach them to be. Girls will be the girls we teach them to be. Our children, children in general, rely on us, not just parents, right? They rely on the social network, the social web of the human, the village, right? The village that is needed to raise a child, tell them what's okay and what's not okay. And so when there's any deviation and corruption of that, of what's I guess what's acceptable or whatnot, so man, I don't know. It's really tricky. It's really, really tricky. I don't think there's like much I can say except release the files and have consequences for these old men. Yeah, for sure. I love that. And yeah, I just want to take a moment, pause in my mind to thank the scholars, the viewers, the listeners, the curious souls, the critical souls who are tuning in and, forming their own opinions and thoughts on this topic that may be different, maybe similar, maybe nuanced than mine. Thank you for being here and taking the time to, learn, grow, and be informed. It's not glamorous. It's not very glamorous to be a parent, and so to take the time to kind of have a day that honors and respects and appreciates, especially a non-binary parent, right? A parent like the first video that we watched together, where the parent identifies as non-binary and is still navigating it, right? There's no handbook and they are figuring it out for themselves, right? I thought it was so endearing and sweet where they were saying, oh, mom is, I'm okay with being called mom, but that doesn't really feel right either. So I thought that was really cute and so real and so very understandable, right? Sometimes I joke like, oh yes, call me Papa Poe. And I know I say it as a joke, but it's very validating. But again, there is a part of me that also feels like, oh well, but that's not entirely right either, and that's gonna garner a lot of criticism. And I'm sure that parent is thinking, well, I don't want my child to be bullied if they call me mom when it doesn't really fit the status quo of what a mother or mom should look like. So I totally get it, right? Being non-binary, we have to navigate the constructs and the confines of definitions and terms that we're given. So it's kind of a puzzle. It's a jigsaw puzzle. It's a Rubik's Cube of sorts. And if you like Rubik's Cubes, cool. If you like jigsaw puzzles, then it's a journey that's worth discovering, figuring out along the way. And it's just for you. It's your life to live, right? As a parent, as a non-binary, as a person who identifies on the LGBTQIA. Plus, maybe for Lesbian Awareness Visibility Day, I might, because I wasn't sure if I wanted to share it today, but there are some LGBTQIA individuals who are parents. I don't know if you guys know Queer Eye, the series, but some of the cast, the hosts, they are parents, right? So for example, Tan Fran and his partner, his husband, they have two children now, and it's really great. It sounds like they were able to navigate that. And it was like, and he was expressing how this was a very difficult decision for him and his partner, but they finally found a way to make it happen that felt right, that honored their relationship and what they wanted as a to start a family together. And I thought that was really sweet. And there's another content creator that I adore. I love what they're lesbians, and they're two mothers now, more recently. One is Mexican and one is Korean, and you would never suspect these two to just come together and be amazing, but they've documented their journey from when they met each other, right? And it's one of those couples goals in sparkly rainbow, glitter and light. So I thought that being able to see that representation, being able to see those success stories it's very, very reaffirming. So I think I do have one more. I really liked this graphic. And it's by It's by the Let's Be Perfectly Queer podcast. I've never listened into this podcast, this queer podcast yet, but maybe I will take a listen at some point. And I really liked this this little graphic carousel thing to kind of summarize, and celebrate today's topic, which is really for, again, Sunday, which is the official day, but because this weekend I'll be volunteering. So I'll be volunteering, and so I wouldn't be able to celebrate on non-binary Parents Day on that Sunday. So that's why today's stream is still important and still valid, and highlighting, what it means to be a parent, but also honoring the identity as a non-binary. So there's so many layers, and it's not it's not easy. Like, we already saw how non-binary is like so nuanced, and in addition to adding parenting is just like wild. But yes, volunteering. I'm really excited. I haven't volunteered in a while, and so I think it'll be good to just kind of connect with local resources and spaces that offer, it's a cultural event. It's a cultural event. And then more recently, I've connected with, what is it? The peer advocate group. There's like a peer advocacy group, and it's actually really funny. I don't think I've laughed so hard in such a long time. I had like tears in my eyes. I literally had tears in my eyes. So wait, let me just tell you guys a really quick story. Yeah, volunteering is tricky though, because like in this capitalistic economy though, I totally get why it's a bit of a challenge. I just feel like, it's like I don't know if you want to call it like a catch-22, but like you need money, right, to like eat, pay rent, be an adult, right, like buy the things you need to buy to sustain yourself, pay for rent. And so like volunteering, honestly, I wish it wasn't like its own thing. I wish it was like integral into society. Like, I wish like with volunteering you don't just get the like, oh, happy good feeling of being a great person for for supporting a cause or whatever event, but I feel like it would be so much more practical if volunteering also offered something like a barter system. So I know most volunteering events will give you food, right, for that one day, but I feel like if you volunteer, there should be more perks, right? And then like the society can slowly shift from being like capital based to like community organized based, but that's just my wishful thinking. Of course, I've never worked in nonprofit or I don't know my ins and outs with volunteering, but I think it would just be really nice to integrate volunteering so you don't have to like like volunteering is like working but no pay, but you get like fed, and then like working a 9 to 5 or whatever job in capitalistic society, you get money, you get capital, you get something that supposed to represent gold or some valuable metal or resource, which is supposed to be gold, or at one point it was silver or whatever. Instead of that, like they could partner and you get paid in like produce or food or whatever, right? Like you should get like a voucher, like a little ticket that says, oh, you can go to this grocery store and you can buy your groceries and food. But then if you do it that way, how are you ever going to buy a car or pay for XYZ? So that's where like capital comes in. So that's where my idealism falls short, right? So, but it's always wishful thinking. I just wish there was more of a benefit with volunteering. For me, I'm volunteering more for like experience points. No, I just want to like support this cultural event that's happening, and kind of check it out. And I've never attended this cultural festival, so I kind of want to just check it out and enrich myself, immerse myself. And so I think that's like my intention going into volunteering. But again, if you need to pay the bills, volunteering is not a very sustainable, how do I say, like, it's not a very sustainable practice, which is sad and heartbreaking. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's fun. Yeah, farm work. Yeah, so that's kind of like a perk, you know? You can like, it's kind of nice. Yeah. But yeah, so that's this weekend, and yeah, I'm still kind of exploring a lot of analog options and kind of coming back, checking in with folks and sharing some of the progress that's being made. More recently, I guess this is more of a personal update. I did apply to work for like a peer advocacy group, which is kind of related to the meetup that I went to, and it was so funny. And at the peer advocate, meetup, and they're sharing resources, and they're hiring and whatever. So I'm just like checking it out, right? Like, like dipping my toes into like, oh yeah, okay, so mental health, this is my thing. Let's go. Let's try this. And yeah, it's really inspiring to work with people who just kind of get it. And I think 3 people that I met there are studying gender studies, or like they're either majoring in it or minoring in gender studies, and I'm like, so cool. Like, oh my gosh, like I think I can vibe with this. So we'll see. I don't know if I get the position. It'll be kind of interesting how that will affect the schedule and whatnot. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm just kind of trying to live my life as balanced and authentically me while doing the things I love, which is talking about, gender, raising awareness on mental health topics. But it's a process. I'm still not completely satisfied with what I've shared and what I'm currently doing. So I'm gonna have to sit down with myself and really evaluate like what it is that can be helpful, effective, and needed at this time during the Kali Yuga, during the Fire Horse year of intense. Well, it's not even a joke. It is actually supposed to be like intense. I don't want to say madness, but yeah, just lock in, folks. Put your seatbelts on. It's gonna be a wild year. But all right, so we'll go ahead and continue with this really nice carousel that was created by this podcast, Let's Be Perfectly Queer podcast. So yeah. And again, this is just gonna be an overview. So this is kind of like a recap of like the first half of today's stream. So this is like a quick overview, a little bit of a recap, refresher. No pop quiz, I promise. There's no pop quiz yet. Maybe the ultimate pop quiz will be life itself. So, what is Non-Binary Parents Day? Celebrated on the 3rd Sunday of every April every year. It honors, recognizes, and uplifts non-binary parents and caregivers. This day highlights the diversity of families and challenges the traditional ideas of parenthood. It affirms that gender doesn't define someone's ability to love, nurture, and raise children, which I love that last statement, right? Like, again, that's like kind of a pushback to this like traditional narrative of homemaking. And I think the more we as a collective, as a society, as a culture, including mainstream, reaffirms that I think that'll be kind of like the step in the right direction. My brain just kind of went into multiple different directions there for a minute, but yeah, I think it's really important. And it's unfortunate because there was like news about social media, not social media, but like news outlets being bought up by like one private family. Have you guys heard? Do you guys follow the news sometimes? I think it's really important, and I think there is some overlap and correlation to today's topic. And let me cook. This is how it connects. If mainstream society, if media, if propaganda, promotes one singular idea, there are several, King. There are, yeah. So it's like CNN's, is it CBO or whatever? Give me a second. I forgot which company bought out a lot of them as well, but it was like HBO. Hold on. Let me see. Let me double check. Let me just fact check really quick. Oh, right. So Paramount buys Warner Brothers. Yeah, it's really interesting. Basically, there's like this one. I'm gonna have to review the news article or the clip that I got that from, but there's like this one family that's like buying up like all of these news outlets. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, I think it's along the same lines as that. And so think about it, like I'm just a small potato tuber, and I'm spreading the good word of academia, and then you get like media, entertainment, news, and it becomes like this private propaganda machine. And it does affect a lot of the progressive ideas of what does it feel like, what does it mean to be non-binary, what does it mean to be a parent or a family. And so that is something to consider, and that is where my brain went. But yeah, I think what kind of like inspired this train of thought was the last sentence, right? Like challenging traditional ideas of parenthood, right? And affirming that gender doesn't define a person's ability to love, nurture, and raise children. Oh, is YouTube not working? Oh my gosh, what's going on with YouTube? What is YouTube doing again? So again, the too long didn't read recap, well, at this point it's like too long didn't watch the VOD recap of non-binary. And yeah, it's just outside of, it's beyond male and female, right? It's your identity. Yeah, maybe maybe they're on to me, right? Maybe they don't want this content out there in the open, but yeah. So this is kind of that recap. Non-binary is a part of the wider transgender umbrella as well, but not all non-binary people identify as trans either. And everyone's experience with gender is definitely nuanced, unique, has some variation. And we did talk about that briefly, where, to try to define non-binary is to find the common threads, but ultimately everyone's experience will be slightly different based on their life experience, their social, economic, cultural background, and just a lot of different aspects of being a person, a human, and parenting, how they grew up, what their parents were like, and yeah, the environment and their social group, social environment as well, and also whatever resources are available, right? Like that's also gonna help with developing and forming your identity moving forward. So these are some of the identities. I like the last one, which has cultural significance with First Nations. In fact, the Navajo, where is it? I think I actually included it in today's description. But like, for example, in Navajo like tradition, Navajo society recognizes 4 like gender roles, right? We have the feminine female, masculine male, masculine female, and feminine male. So these are all, I mean, it's not as rigid, right? Like having only having the binary. I mean, if I had to choose, I'd rather have the what's it, quadragenary, wow, the quadragenary, as opposed to the binary or the trinary. But no, we have the quadragenary. It sounds ridiculous, but you know, because it's like, what does that mean? But it allows for more nuance, it allows for more acceptance, as opposed to like, I mean, would you rather have the quadragenary or something that acknowledges, you know, more nuanced experiences, or would you like to have what Kansas is experiencing right now? Like, Kansas is kind of wild, where like the trans community, it was good, right? No problem. But like, out of nowhere, nothing changes except a rule, and it's like a rule that isn't even socially agreed upon. It's just, you know, it's just like one bully in the playground is making the rules that nobody wants to agree to. Maybe there's like, maybe the bully has like a few friends, right? A little bit of muscle to kind of intimidate, but then again, you're still a bully, right? Like, the vast majority of folks don't really want to be oppressed by the bully. That's essentially wild to use, like, what is that? Playground as a metaphor for life. Video games as well. I mean, video game as a metaphor for life is also very versatile. But I think using the metaphor of a playground is also just as versatile as well. So, yep, non-binary identities. Very, very interesting. I like it. No, I like it. Alright, so these are just some really easy bulletin points. Again, I feel like this was such a well-made little carousel presentation. And again, just to recap what we talked about earlier today in a more condensed, compact version. Yeah, non-binary people can use different pronouns like they, them, he, him, she, her, or a mix. There are certain individuals who just feel more comfortable being addressed more neutrally, such as myself. Just literally, just if you can, in your mind's eye, visualize me as a pigeon. They, them, that, it, that pigeon. Poette. My pronouns are et, po. Yeah, and there's really no way, there's no one singular way to look or be or act non-binary. Literally anything, anyone can be non-binary if that is what you align with. There's no outfit, there's no haircut. I mean, it helps, you know, if you have signifiers, right? The expression, the gender expression, it makes it easier for individuals and other people to identify, like, oh, okay, you're queer, you're more specifically non-binary, whatever your identifiers are. You could be demi-girl, you could be demi-boy, you could be neutros, the French fancy word. Be careful with your hollow bones. Hollow bones? There's bones now? Are we picking a bone? Is someone have some bones to pick? We have bones now? Yes, bones. Hollow bones. Also, yeah, these last two statements here is also really important. Like, being non-binary isn't like new or revolutionary. Oh, right, yeah. Oh, yeah, pigeons. Oh, actually, a lot of birds have, I think it's part of their, they're just built different. It's part of their aerodynamic design, right? Because the bones are very lightweight to help with flight. Oh, that's what you meant. Oh. Right. Yeah. No, I'm good. I'll be fine. I'm a magical pigeon. I ride with the potatoes. Oh, yes, baked potatoes. Flying baked potatoes. Never seen that, right? Right. No one suspects. No one expects the flying baked potato. Baked fresh, just out the oven. Okay, I'm gonna stop with that. My brain just kind of woo. All right. Focus, pal. I got this. Yeah, so it's not new. We're not trying to be anything special or like snowflakes. You know, we're just not loud and obnoxious about it. No, there's not a lot of representation because mainstream media doesn't know what to do with us, and we're complicated, and you know, it's just easier to be boring. It's easier to be boring. No, we kind of always existed, more or less, right? Yeah, so I think you don't have to be loud about it. It's okay if you're loud about your queerness or your, you know, if you're a raging homosexual, that is also okay. If you want to be extroverted, you be extroverted. And it's also okay to be quietly queer. Yeah, you don't have to be screaming at the top of your lungs. Look at me! I'm interesting. I'm not like others. I'm not like other guys. I'm not like other girls. I'm non-binary. Like, no, you don't have to be like that. You don't have to be like that. It doesn't have to be this way. We can do better. Promise. So, yeah, it's not new, it's not revolutionary. I think what's happening is there's language for it now. There's like a, you know, there's language for it, there's awareness of it, there is visibility, right? There's more alignment. Like, if you think about it, what is it? Shakespeare, during Shakespeare's time, he wrote, what was it, Twelfth Night? Have you guys ever heard or read about Twelfth Night? But I just, like, even back then they were exploring like transgender identities and yeah. And like, if you think about certain cultures, and even in Asia, right? I think in Chinese opera, as well as like kabuki theater, like the kabuki style in Japanese performance art, it was really interesting. Yeah. But Twelfth Night was really too long, didn't read. Really quick. Let's get into it. So the protagonist is a woman. They find themselves in between like a royal man. I don't know what his title is, a baron or whatever. I don't know. I don't recall. And then there's like a woman who's like a lady, right? The man likes this lady, this like high society woman, and this main character is just kind of like a, you know, just a normal person, and they get assigned to be a messenger boy or something. And so for whatever reason, I forgot the situation, but they dress as a man. And so they get hired to deliver a message to the woman, and then the woman like ends up falling in love with the protagonist who's dressed like a man. And then I don't know, I think the main character who's like dressed as a man falls in love with the man who he's sending the message to for the woman, and it becomes this weird triangle, this weird love triangle. It's like Ouran High School Host Club, but Shakespeare, and there's a triangular love interest as opposed to a how many members are in the host club again? There's the twins, there's the cake senpai, and then the Mori senpai, and then there's the 5, 6. Instead of a, okay, shoot, what's a 6-way? You know what? I don't even want to think of. Never mind. Scratch that. We didn't go there. So weird. For a while, I used to think that like because they're a host club or in high school host club, Haruhi would like choose one of the hosts. Oh my god, it sounds like a crazy love plot. I don't know, but anyways, it's basically Alright High School Host Club turned Shakespeare. I don't know what's up with that, but that's basically what it is. So, 12th Night, Shakespeare. Really interesting. And it explores this idea like, okay, so then if the guy likes the girl, but the girl is socially understood to be a boy, but the guy, the Baron, or is it named a Baron? Let me just double check really quick. Am I pronouncing it correctly even? Yeah, it is a Baron. Baron is of rank, is a rank of nobility. Yeah, so I think the guy is a Baron, and so he's like, this messenger boy is kind of attractive, but I'm not actually attracted to men, so that's weird, right? So it's like he's like exploring his potential bisexuality in question, and then the woman who's like falls in love with the girl because they're, you know what, I need to revisit 12th Night, but all I know is it was just a mess. It's a grand mess. It's a mosh pit fever dream for queer literature. So I'll have to revisit that. I don't even remember, but I just know it was like a weird triangulation, and it was like, okay, so are you bi? You must be bi. You must be trans. You must be attracted to like people who can cross-dress, right? Because if you're okay with this character cross-dressing and literally looking and navigating the world and society as a man who's a woman, then you know what makes that, you know, what makes you. That's another thing that's really interesting. If you're like straight and then you like I guess this is tricky because there's like camouflage, there's like was deceit and manipulation involved, and like you find out that this person you were crushing on was like trans. What, you know, suddenly your sense of identity is like crumbling and you're just like freaking out because you're like, no way, there's no way. So I guess that kind of triggers violence when you lose your mind. When you lose your mind. Whereas it's really funny with me, when I found out that, you know, a long time ago, the first person I dated was trans, I was like, oh, I didn't know that. And that was when I had the opportunity to learn more about, you know, trans people. But yeah, so oh, it's funny but sad. It's funny but sad because we're dealing with people's like sense of self and identity, and you know, you think you're straight, but then you meet someone who like completely disrupts that, and so now you have to have like an identity crisis with yourself and reevaluate and reassess where you stand with that. Right. Yeah, okay, that is so true. It was Diplo. Do you guys know the DJ? I think he's from Australia. Let me just double check if Diplo is Australian. I forget. Or if he's Canadian. I think he's Canadian. Never mind. Is he Canadian? No. What is Diplo? Oh my god, he's American! What? He's American. He's American. Alright, Diplo's American. I recently read a little bit about him because BTS, you know, recently released their comeback album, Arirang, and Diplo was like a producer for like 5 of the songs on the album, and like, so he's a father, right? He has like 3 children with like, you know, the two partners, because, you know, I guess he like divorced the first time with his wife and then, you know, has another partner and then, you know, starts a family. So 3 children. So he's like, okay, he's definitely dad. Okay. And he likes what he likes or whatever. There's a lot of controversy surrounding him. But like at one point, he also was like exploring and questioning, and that in itself is not bad, right? Like, let's, okay, go, like, yes, go LGBTQ. But what's crazy, I don't know if it's like he doesn't have the language or he's, you know, what's going on there. But instead of saying, oh, I'm questioning and I'm queer, or at least saying I'm queer, he says, I don't know what I am. All I know is I'm not gay. What? So my brain is just broken. But every time I have to talk about this, my brain just kind of like sits there. I think I get what he means, but at the same time, the language that he's using is just not helping him, right? Like, I feel if he just used the word, hey, I'm queer, I'm kind of like, I ebb and flow, but, you know, I'm like 99% hetero and cis and straight, but then there's like that 1% of me that like is okay with a little bit of like, you know, experimentation. But no, it was really stupid. It was so stupid. He's like, okay, I'm not gonna get explicit. You can look into it. There's like an interview where he talks about it. I read it and I was like, what is going on? It's denial and it's not good for anybody. I get it. You don't want to be perceived a certain way. Okay. And hiding is not good either. Like, yo, it's just like, you just make it so much more complicated when all these extra like unnecessary layers, you know? Like, you gotta peel back some of these layers, brother, you know? It's like, just But again, I think he's a little bit, how old? Oh, so he's a little bit of like older generation, you know, so that mindset. I think because he's like 47, around that, like that age group. I forget, are they like Gen Y? No, what was that generation? Let me look up generation chart. I'm gonna look up a generation chart. I forget the one before the one before millennials. The generation Gen X, I believe. I think he's a Gen X. Let me cross check really quick. 1978. Yeah, he's 1978. 78. Let me see. Yeah, so he's like baby boomers / Gen X, more on the baby boomers. I mean, according to this chart, he's more on like the baby boomers and then, you know, Gen X. But let me look at another chart. According to this chart, baby boomers 1946 to 64, and he's 78, so no, he's after that. Okay, no, I think he is Gen X. Yeah, I think he is Gen X. Okay. Alright, so Gen X is interesting because I don't know, this is a stereotype and I acknowledge it. I haven't done my research on the tropes of every generation, but I felt like the few Gen X people that I have known are a little rigid, and I kind of feel like a lot of them are in denial sometimes, and they're not very open. But again, a generalization, just like the two, 3 people that I know who are Gen X, I'm like, huh. Because it came right after the baby boomers, right? Yeah. So they're a little bit older. maybe they didn't have the language. No, not maybe. They did not have the language. The language was not very prevalent. So there must be like a lot of like shame for that generation. I mean, I'm sure there was like LGBTQ people around that time, but they were probably like mistreated and really harshly evaluated by their peers. So maybe that was something that like really stuck with someone like Diplo who grew up in that time period. I don't know, but I think it's just like almost like a mental gymnastic, or he just doesn't align with the language. He doesn't know the language. Regardless, it is a bit of like ignorance on his part. Okay, mom is aromantic, but they don't have the words for it at the time. For sure. Right. Yeah. So like the words are not there. You're just kind of like, I'm just, and they'll say things like I'm broken, and that's not very constructive. That's not necessarily a confidence boost either, right? That's not doing anything for your complexion, darling. That's not helping you by calling yourself broken. But then like, what does the fixed version of you look like? Mainstream it girl? I don't know. Like that's what everyone needs to be, but that's just impossible because everyone is literally built different. The genetic makeup, everything, this like just all of it. You can't play into that. That's a trap. So, good for mom if mom took the time to investigate, explore her identity or their identity as aromantic, and maybe now they're like, oh wow, that's the word. Wow, that would have been great knowing what I am, and instead of feeling like there's something wrong with me. Yeah. Similarly, I didn't have these words that I'm using today and what I've shared with you. So, and it can be overwhelming. I completely acknowledge that. Just having someone present, okay, well, here's a list of vocabulary. Good luck. You're going to be quizzed in real life. Like that is your final exam. Living life, knowing all these terms, knowing all the nuances, and being a well-rounded human in a society that's trying to crush you on all fronts. Economically, socially, culturally, all of it. Good luck. I totally get it. It's not easy. But we are doing our very bestest out here. And that's all we can really do. But yeah. So yeah, and then I guess, I went over the how to be respectful or celebrate, be an ally. The funny thing is that I actually saw this little infographic just before my stream, before like anything. I was just like, man, how do I incorporate this? So yeah, the recap continues. Use a person's preferred name, their chosen name, not necessarily their legal or some people might have a dead name, and a dead name is a name that you just, you don't like it. Maybe it's your legal name. Honestly, it's pretty common or pretty normal for different cultures to have different names, right? The assimilation, right? When you're assimilating to a culture or a country, you want to you don't really want to stand out. You kind of want to just, go with the flow, and maybe your name has a very particular way of pronouncing it that's, not locally recognized in the language. So you might change your name to make it easier, again, to appease or assimilate to whatever country you're going to. Yeah, so try to use a person's preferred name, pronouns. It's hard to, catch ourselves when we make assumptions based on appearances, but you just never know until you ask and get to know someone. So I think keeping an open mind and, not losing your marbles. There's always going to be a little bit of a shock or a surprise, like, oh, I didn't know that about you, but okay, cool, And yeah, so that last point really just kind of captures everything. That if you make a mistake, social blunders, it's all good, you know? And yeah, it shows respect and willingness to be able to accommodate, you know, and honor and respect somebody else's experience as a person. I am now poetry. I am poetry. Thank you. But yeah, good night. Oyasumi. Yeah. And yeah, there's a lot of different ways to celebrate a person who's non-binary and a person who you know in your life, or maybe you don't know anyone who's non-binary, but maybe someday you'll come across someone who is non-binary. Cool new name, right? Yeah, I'll take it. I am now poetry. Cool. Valid. So whether you're, I mean, actually, it's not as bad. Being called poetry is not as bad as the really creative name that I received a while back. There was a person who called me Eve, and I did not see it. I was like, where's this person getting the name Eve? But it's from Poette Evergreen, the EVE. And at first I didn't really say anything because I'm thinking that's actually really creative and I didn't see that there. And cool. But again, not something that's gonna stick. So if someone were to try to call me Eve, I'd be like, oh, but that's not really a name that I identify with. So Poe is a good name. We go by Poe for short. Yeah, so these are some ways you can celebrate a person who's queer, non-binary, trans, questioning, gender non-conforming, trans, intersex, whatever they identify, whatever they feel comfortable identifying as. We can honor that by celebrating these individuals. Hello, Evergreen. Yes, hello. Hello. And yeah, there's definitely lots of resources nowadays that are available. It's very validating and affirming. I mean, you guys know all this, right? Basically no bullying. Don't be a jerk. Learn to rupture and repair. When you rupture a social situation, learn to repair it, and not only saying sorry, but following up with changed behavior. Like if someone didn't say sorry to me, but they changed their behavior and interaction with me and anyone else, I think that would be better. But obviously saying sorry kind of allows a person to be like, oh, okay, they acknowledge there was a mistake. But then like the second thing I would be personally looking for is, okay, are they going to change their behavior, or are they just going to be a social menace to society? I don't know if that makes sense to anyone, but sorry means nothing if nothing changes, right? Sorry, did it again. Sorry, did it again. Sorry, at this point it's just comedy. It's you're a joke. You're a clown. It's not even like real anymore. It's a joke. And it's not funny. It's like bad. It's bad joke. Bad funny. Bullying. Terrible. Crazy. It's insanity. It's madness. Maddening. So yeah, if a person didn't apologize to me but changed their behavior and like stayed consistent with their new behavior that's changed and a reformed person, like League of Legends, when a lot of, what was it, Tyler won? Yeah, he's reformed. Be like Tyler won. Be reformed. I think. I don't know if there's any controversies or conflicts going around anymore, but I think he's doing pretty good actually, now that I think about it. Tyler one's doing pretty good. I think he's a dad now. Holy moly. Holy guacamole. Yeah, I think Tyler one's a father, if I didn't. It's so fitting because it's non-binary Parents Day. Hold on. I think he's a papa. You like the trend of insane streamers becoming better people as soon as they become a oh, that's so funny. Okay, yeah, no, he's pretty wild. You have no idea about other one. Oh man, Oh, I remember those memes. I was like, what's going on? Why are they doing this? And then I'm like, oh, they're making fun of his, like, you know, his appearance. Let me see. So he studied computer science. Oh yeah, this is his girlfriend, his partner. I don't think they married. I don't know if they married. Oh, they have a daughter. They have a daughter. How sweet. Oh, they're expecting a second child as well. Oh, that's great. What? Wait, what? He what? They have 2 daughters. Wait, what? I don't know if they're married though. Did Tyler 1 marry his girlfriend? Are they married? I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'm not saying it's good or bad either way. I was just wondering. It doesn't say that they got married. They're just like partners for life, raising 2 daughters, I suppose. You know, actually, marriage would be very complicated. The money and everything. What's it called? A prenup? I guess with like marriage, you'd have to factor in, you know, assets and money. You know, definitely need to get like a prenup and all of that as a safety measure. But yeah, Tyler 1 has 2 daughters. Wow, that's gonna be crazy for him as a father. Oh man. Oh, that's what you were saying. What? Oh yeah, no, he studied computer science. No, man he's for as much shit that he gets on the internet, and for his, you know, personality and you know, demeanor and all of his, you know, raging shenanigans, he's really smart. He, I think, started playing chess, and I think he got to Grandmaster or something. He was pretty high up there in the rankings, playing chess, like digital chess. That was just like a little hobby he picked up because he was like banned from all these video games. So he was like, you know what? I'm gonna just play chess. So I thought that was pretty cool. I don't know, as long as he's not like abusive or, you know, violent. I mean, he has 2 daughters now, so is that gonna change him? Oh, there's a study done from, like, I think it's neuroscience, like the brain, where fathers, once they become a father or they have children, there's a part of their brain that changes, and it allows them to like be more empathetic or something. I forgot what it was called. I learned about that like maybe like a year or 2 ago, and I thought that was so interesting. I was like, huh. Basically, it's probably, you know, biology. It should be biology, but anyways, so I thought that was really interesting. I'll have to look into that. I forgot what study that was. I should have included it for today's stream because it's about parenting and how the parents' brains change, literally physiology changes, and yeah, how fathers, or, you know, new fathers, how their brain changes as they, you know, are more involved in the parenting process. Yeah, please, yeah, do that. Let me think. It's like let me look at father's brain change during parenthood. I'm gonna look this up. How becoming a parent changes your brain. Men's brains change after they become parents. Fatherhood changes men's brain according to before and after MRI scans. And neuroscientists also know that when mothers are pregnant, their brains change in a way that appears to help them with, you know, caring for their infant. And now research shows and has identified changes in a new father's brain as well. Plasticity of the paternal brain. I do wonder though how much of the brain changes. regarding that. So I don't know. We'll see. It's probably also kind of contextual and situational to the individual, I would assume. But yeah. So, oh, it looks like there's a little bit of credits. Yeah, so I'm interested in checking out this Let's Be Perfectly Queer podcast. I might have to check that out at some point. But yeah, would be very interesting to figure out. You're not drowning in homework. Oh no! You know, funny enough, I am really behind. I'm exponentially behind on my Japanese, which is really sad. I'm like so scared that it's bordering paralysis. I'm falling behind. I'm behind to the point where like I'm just not gonna catch up because I'm like it's very challenging. It's very difficult. Chapter 6 and 7, intimidating. Te form is giving me the run for my money. Study my Nihongo. Hi. Okay. You're so right. Wait. I know this. I can read this. It's numbers. It's 6 and 7. What the? Oh my god, what? Why would you meme 6, 7 in Japanese? But why? Also, hey Lei, welcome in. Unless you've been lurking and listening, good to see you. Bro, no, so like my brain, so this is how bad it is. I can't even. Rokunana, thank you. Bro, like everything. Okay, there was a number, so we were like, it was in class, right? And the number was hyapyaku something, like hyapyaku hachi or something. And I read it wrong. It was just wrong. And that's like chapter 3 of the Genki book, right? Like this is a book you can pick up anywhere, like online, Amazon, bookstore, if they carry it in the language section. And I read it as like wa. So I was waiting for like, what is it? Like something wa. And I was like, wait. It's hyapyaku, like 100 something. And I just sat there. And there's like a meme where there's like a person whose like hands are like pressed together and like it's like right in front of their face and their eyes are just like wide open, their mouth is just like closed and they're just sitting there. That was me. That was me. I was like, there's no way. There's just absolutely no way I couldn't read hyapyaku, whatever. Even my accent is so, dude, I can't code switch with Japanese. That's not good. I can code switch with like other language because, you know, I'm comfortable. Nihongo, 5 weeks, bruh. I feel like I haven't even really been practicing or studying in the past 2-3 weeks because of like these upcoming streams. I've been like planning, and I'm also so behind on that too, and I'm just sitting with it, you know. I'm literally like that meme where there's that little doggo and he's sitting in like his house and everything's on fire and he's just looking at his little cup and he's like, this is fine, when you know it's not fine. Everything is not daijabu. Everything is not genki desu. Genki janai. Wait, actually, is that correct? Is it genki kunaka? Oh my god. Oh, and the kunakata. I'm like foaming at the mouth, raging. Okay, so we learned the, what was it? Adjectives, and then the adjectives need to be conjugated based on the tense. So if it's like, no, is it verbs? No, it's verbs. Verbs, not adjectives. Sorry, it's the verbs. Bro, I'm like losing my composure is not okay. Bird down. At least one of us. Please, no, I'm body slamming. I'm glitching. It's not tracking because I'm like shaking all over the place. Okay, I'm like convulsing. Okay, so if one of us needs to, no, I believe we all need to be good at Nihongo. Nihongo? We all need to. You too, Prince. You too. You're in this now as well. If I go down, no one's going down. No one's going down, okay? I'm not going down and you're not going down. We're commit. We gotta lock in, bro. Friends, scholars, this can't be. I can't believe I'm crashing out on my non-binary parents' day stream about Japanese. Like, I should be crashing out about like my pronouns or being misgendered. No, I'm crashing out about my Japanese. Everyone will learn the Nihongo. Everyone. Oh my god, Anki. No, no, touch the Anki. Touch the Anki. Do it. I heard Anki is pretty helpful. I don't have it, but if I remember correctly, Anki it's like free. There's like a free version and then there's like a paid version. Bruh, if you paid for Anki and you're not using it, what did you even pay for? What did you even pay for? Please. So sad. What did you even pay for? I'm like losing my marbles. Oh. So this was the farmer, the intersex. We do. I've been meaning to, and it's not gonna be Duolingo. I'm sorry, but Duolingo is not gonna do it. I apologize. I love that Duolingo is like this green owl. I think that's like so, yes, on brand. But that bird, that owl's gotta go. That neediness, that clinginess, yeah, that's not healthy. That's not healthy. That's not good for nobody. It's not good for me, it's not good for it. So that bird needs to calm, needs to emotionally regulate. All right, Duolingo mascot owl needs to not just only, remind me to do my Duolingo and whatnot. It needs to emotionally regulate itself. They ever state they're welcome. I think it's more funny when you use that emoji. The little red face, that's so funny. I need like an emo like that where that's so funny. Okay, I promise. I don't know when that study stream needs to happen, but we can't be like this, fam. Scholars, this is unacceptable. Dude, I feel like I'm like that lemon character from Adventure Time, and I never even really watched that much of Adventure Time. I really liked Adventure Time, and I saw that meme, and like I feel like when I saw the lemon like crashing out, I'm like, why is this so? This is like my spirit lemon. This is my spirit lemon. No, I'm a lime. I'm a lime because I'm green. So there needs to be like a green, like a lime version where I'm just crashing out saying this is unacceptable. Unacceptable. One of these days it'll get funded. That's no, I can't accept this. That is a boundary that I cannot accept for myself. I need to get on that. We can't. No, Nihongo. Make it happen. We didn't deserve Lemon John. Is that what the character's name is? Shoot. I don't even know what happened. Oh, Lemon John, you're right. Wait. Adventure Time. Is it this one? Yeah. This guy. Is it the same one? Yeah, but he's really funny. I don't know where he comes from. I never got that far. And oh, that's another Lemon Man. Yeah, I was like, wait, is it this one? Oh, there's Lemon Person, the species. That's so interesting. No, it's Earl of Lemongrab. I believe it's Earl of Lemongrab. That is such a funny name. Or Fat Lemongrab. I don't know why they call him Fat Lemongrab, but yeah, I think is it Fat Lemon Grab who... Lemon Grab is the one that's a... Yeah, yes, Lemon Grab is me to a certain extent. Sometimes I'm just like, no, this is unacceptable. And then, of course, once I have my crash out, I obviously try to remedy it, you know? I just, let me have my crash out and then I'll fix it. I got this, you know? We just need a moment. There's a castle of lemon people serving the cannibalistic dictator. Yeah, oh my gosh. I see the lemon people. There are 2 earls and 1 atheist. Oh god. Why? I don't even want to ask. I just need to watch the cartoon. I just need to watch Adventure Time. I never got that far. I just saw the memes of this lemon screaming and these clips of him going off, and I'm like, this is like me. I relate to this on a very deep, personal, spiritual level, you know? I would be the good one. Okay, I hope I can be the good one. Well, I don't know. Maybe... Are there any limes, though? Can I be the Earl of Lime? Lime something instead of a grab? Can I, like, punt or kick? Instead of grabbing something, I just punt something or kick it or something. Earl of Lime punt? That sounds so weird. Earl of Lime kick? Lime kick? Kick of the lime? I don't know. Where's the grab come from? Why is it lemon grab? Is there something about that, or is it random? There has to be some meaning, right? I don't know the lore. Why is his name Lemon Grab? I'm trying to find it. Oh, there's Lemon Hope. There is one Lemon John and there's a Lemon Hope. Lemon Hope acts like what most humans would be considered normal. Not lemony at all. Oh, Lemon Hope. Oh, dude, Lemon Hope. What the heck is Lemon Hope? Oh, the creator speaks German. Okay. Bad Lemon No Hope is a lemon child. Formerly imprisoned in Castle Lemongrab. Okay. Well, there's a Lemon Hope. Questioning Adventure Time details is a rabbit hole. Oh my gosh! But that is a rabbit hole that I would love to fall into, except for the fact that we all have Nihongo to study. So maybe someday in the distant future. Oh, but we did learn. We have talked about Adventure Time before in the past, and we learned that the art style of that cartoon is was it jelly bean mouth or something? It's like a bean mouth art style. Bean mouth art. Oh, watch Adventure Time in Japanese dub. Easy. Yeah. See, yeah, we're handling it all. Its entire storyline that ends in the 1000s of years. Cal Arts? Oh, I don't know. I don't know Cal Arts. Oh, is that backlash to Cal Arts? People who complain about Cal Arts being a mouth? Oh, okay. According to Reddit, there's been some complaints or criticism about the art style. Okay. Interesting. This was about 4 years ago. I'm just reading this. Okay. The bigger issue is almost every young artist defaults to anime style and never wants to deviate outside of that. Okay, these are just comments. This is the standard American art style nowadays. Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured, that the Cal Arts is basically bean mouth art. I kind of like calling it the bean mouth because it's it really represents the art style. The mouth really does look like an oblong bean, essentially. Anywho, okay, so I think I'm going to show one more video because I found it and I have it here, so I might as well. And it's kind of gonna tie up this entire discussion on gender and non-binary Parents Day. It's not really accurate from what I've seen, but the show definitely all influenced each other. Oh, okay. Yeah. I think I get what you're saying. Got it. Why? Actually, I'm looking up something. Let me just check something really quick. Oh, I see. It's called Cal Arts because it's it kind of like originated from California Institute of the Arts. Okay. That's why it's associated with Cal Arts. Got it. Okay. Yes, this makes sense. Okay. Okay, let me just really quickly, I want to check backlash. Ooh. Okay. Alright, okay. I have satisfied my curiosity. All of the creators of those shows were from Cal Arts. Oh, got it. Okay, yeah. I was just reading that. It was talking about like some of these other animations, cartoon shows, such as was it Danny Phantom? I thought I saw Danny Phantom. Oh yeah, and SpongeBob SquarePants, Fairly Odd Parents. Oh, even Inside Out and Monsters Inc. Yeah. Most recently, I learned about some, and we're deviating, but most recently I learned about like SpongeBob SquarePants, like the dark side of SpongeBob SquarePants, which is kind of, it was a little disheartening. It was very distasteful to learn about it and kind of sad. But at the same time, there's a part of me that's like not completely surprised either. It's just yeah, so there's like this weird art book that the artists from that studio that, you know, created was it SpongeBob, and it was just really sad. I was kind of like, oh man, well, there goes another childhood ruined, wrecked. I don't even think the artists or the animators who created SpongeBob, some of them are like not, well, I don't know if they are like parents themselves or are like family type, I don't know, but it didn't seem like it. So yeah, you don't have to go down that rabbit hole. I don't even know how I came across that. It was actually really disheartening, but childhood ruin. But if you're a millennial, you're kind of used to it. There's like you kind of build an immunity for some stuff like that sometimes. But you know, doesn't mean it's okay. It's still really sad and, you know, not great. But again, I try to look into like, are these guys like, are these animators, are they like dads? Are, you know, have they ever, you know, do they have a family? You know, like what's going on here? And it didn't say, so I'm like, whatever, I guess. So whatever. So back to family and you know, navigating life as an adult, whether you want to have a family, don't have a family, whether you're a person who's born, you know, and become to identify as non-binary, trans, or on the LGBTQIA spectrum, or if you are this farmer with a unique slash rare genetic makeup that literally makes him intersex because he has both of the organs for both male and female. You're a hip hop and a young Zoomer. Okay, all right, Zoomer. All right, gotcha. So we're gonna try to wrap up really quick, I promise, so that I can finally figure out how I'm gonna study Nihongo. ちょっと待って。So, alright, this will be the final boss, honestly. For anyone out there, and there's like a few people that I'm thinking in particular in like my mind, but there's some really interesting statements and opinions that I've heard in the past, and I just wonder like if they saw this man or this person's experience, how they would justify or how this new knowledge would change their perspective or not change their perspective. To my, in my prediction, if I showed this to someone who's like very rigid and says there are only men and women and male and female, nothing, no other, there is nothing else, and then you show them this rare anomaly, right, of human existence, their brain is gonna break. They're gonna implode internally, and they're gonna go into denial mode, and then they're gonna just like do some weird mental gymnastics to make sure that their ego is protected and that they're that they're correct. And I'm like, what? Hello? But what is, you can't do that. You can't be doing that. That's not, nope. And then who knows, if they're super religious, they'll be bringing in the book that's been revised, and we have the updated edition, and not really the the original copy. It doesn't count. Yeah, I know. Isn't that so annoying though? Ugh. Link the two topics together. It's very interesting how Japanese people talk about gender because of the language and culture difference. For sure. There was a video that was recommended to me, and I didn't watch it yet, but I might go back and watch it. It was the title was along the lines of what's it like being in Japan or being Japanese, like Japanese non-binary, like you're a Japanese non-binary person. And I'm like, yeah, what is that like? I haven't watched it yet, so I just read the headline. I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't want to overwhelm myself before the stream, so there's already so much to talk about. So I didn't want to like tangent too much and be like, oh hey guys, and I watched a video about like what's it like being non-binary in Japanese, and then we would just tangent like indefinitely, like just endlessly have so much to yap about. It's very, very interesting. The topic of, identity, gender, how much of it is it constructed from our own autonomy and quote unquote free will? What does that even mean anymore? When there's, when you have to strive to be the it person, right? You got to be the it guy, the it girl, the clown that lives under the sewer, the it clown. Yeah, I think it might. It had a lot of like views, and it's just circulating in the algorithm. I just didn't watch it yet, so. But it is really curious to think about how much culture, plays into these constructs of identity. Because as you know, like with Asian cultures, sometimes there's a bit of like, so how like Western cultures exotify or orientalize, East Asian cultures, and then similarly, but not as harmful, but kind of harmful, there's certain Eastern cultures that see Western holidays and then they just kind of like adapt or adopt it, and then it becomes something like completely different, right? Like in Japan, Christmas isn't, I mean, it's already lost so much meaning along the way, but then Christmas is just kind of like a holiday to hang out and spend time with a couple, being a couple or something. Ooh, Ooh, that's really interesting. Yeah, that's great. We're on the same brain wave. Very cool. KFC! KFC! The return of the middle, well, what is it? The West Asian man. The West Asian or the North African man. Is a chicken. Is deep fried chicken. Is Kentucky fried chicken. Southern deep fried chicken. Oh my gosh. Duh, gotta keep it together. It's not that funny, Poe. It's serious business. Serious business. Kentucky fried chicken is so serious business. We can't mock, you know, I'm not mocking them either, but it's just kind of funny how it just kind of, it's like telephone game, but with culture, right? Oh man. Oh, and then like the matcha and the ube, right? Matcha being this really sought out product now in the West, and then ube, again, honoring Filipino culture that's always had ube readily available, right? Based on where they are geographically located. Ube was a staple. And then it's like being quote unquote discovered in the West, and it's crazy. Wait until Western world vegans find out about tofu skin. Yeah. Actually, I knew a person who was like vegetarian / vegan, and we ate, and she's never had tofu skin before. And I brought her to like a Chinese like dim sum place, and I don't know, I was just going through the menu trying to accommodate her, you know, her vegetarian, you know, diet. And so I ordered tofu skin because I'm like, yeah, it's vegetarian, it's tofu, right? It's tofu, it's soy. And like yeah, it was a thing. I just sat there, I was like, huh, I grew up with this. I mean, yeah, it's great, it's delicious, but I didn't think about it. The next thing you know, you're gonna see some, you know, person in America saying, you know, the tofu skin is great for vegetarians and vegans, and they're gonna package it and make it all nice and sanitized and sell it on the market, and all the vegans and vegetarians are gonna be so happy. But yeah, matcha is delicious, not gonna lie. It's just how it's pre-packaged in contemporary capitalistic consumerist society. Ah, what a time to be alive. Now that I think about finding this channel, at the same time I was taking multicultural literature. Ooh, interesting. The synergy is real. No, yeah, go run with it, please do. Yeah, go profit, be well, prosper, make money, you know, beat the system, beat capitalism, and pay your taxes. Yeah, please go do that. Yeah. Take something that Asia has known for so long and discover it for yourself. Yeah. Or like when certain cultures adopt like fashion and it becomes this whole thing. It's just really interesting. It's really interesting. I really do appreciate how in a lot of Asian cultures, particularly China, they're bringing back like the hanfu. Hanfu is like a style of attire, like clothing. It's really pretty. It's so pretty, and I love how they incorporate it into like modern day. I think, what is it? Japan does a really good job at like preserving their culture and their visual aesthetic in the modern world. So kimonos, yukatas, all of that's really just so beautiful. And to like hold on to that is like, yes. I do wish like that could be seen in other, you know, cultures as well. Like, I don't know, the Philippines, Thailand. But again, that can be discussed more maybe next month, because next month is, drumroll please, it's supposed to be Asian American Pacific Islander month. Yeah, so that's gonna be a thing. Yeah, I'm actually kind of stressed about that because I'm really behind. So thank you for the drum roll and my anticlimactic. Thank you for entertaining my anticlimactic and my attempt to be more climactic and interesting. But yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. All right, so cultural appropriation, touched on that, honoring cultures, and okay, so going back to gender, where certain cultures may or may not recognize like intersex, but funny enough, in India, there is like a term, there is language, albeit maybe has more negative connotation in India when you're more on the trans side. So I get it, you know, it's the anomaly, it's the exception, it's the rare, you know, the rare existence of the El Chupacabra, you know, like or the Loch Ness monster, right? Like it's rare. It's not the status quo. It's not everything, but it's rare and it's something to acknowledge. So okay, I hope you guys will enjoy this quick, brief documentary. Maybe it's gonna be insightful. Maybe it'll help kind of broaden some of our understanding into a more accepting perspective, and you know, just thinking about how it's not just two sexes, right? The battle of the sexes or whatever. It's actually not. And the more we move away from that black and white thinking and allow ourselves to welcome the more complicated, complex experiences or layers or whatever. I keep saying these same adjectives to describe. I don't know what's going to resonate with everyone, but it's like the dynamic that's really complex being a human. Words are failing me right now, but you know what I mean, right? Like it's just, I think the need to simplify or even oversimplify, like oversimplification can be bad, but like a little bit of simplification can help bring clarity. But when you like oversimplify something to a point of like generalization, the truth kind of gets lost. You know what I mean? And it's really dangerous. English is happening. English, the tongue is doing the moving, and the words are coming out of the vocal cords, and we are communicating. Yeah. The trilingual is happening. English is deteriorating because of the other languages, and I am okay with that. My English is not threatened, only deteriorating, and that is okay. Okay. All right, so yeah, hopefully this broadens your experience and perspective. If not, I guess too bad for you. You're missing out. Yeah. High school biology class discourse is a good example of that. Oh, ooh. Okay. You're gonna have to expand. I invite you to expand on high school biology because if I remember correctly, high school biology was very simplistic. Is that, I think that's what you're talking about in reference to what I was saying, the oversimplification. Yeah. Good point there, right? Yeah, like they don't really talk about these anomalies and rare situations, and that's, you know, we're kind of missing out, because I feel like if men and women and girls and boys, teenagers and anyone just like learned of this story, it could actually, I mean, it could go both ways. It could either give you more perspective, it could either give you more empathy, or it could just make you into a bully and you get like really scared and you're like, oh, this is terrible, this is bad, I don't like it, I'm gonna be a bully. If you're anything like this, I'm gonna bully you about it because this is wrong. It's not wrong, dude. It's like saying a tree is wrong for having branches. You know, it's like it's kind of weird. Like, make that make sense. Oh, okay, like farmer science, agriculture or agricultural sciences. I guess if that's available, then that's cool. Farmer science. Can't beat farmers. Farmers are great. We need farmers. Who else is gonna grow and pick the food? Well, actually, that's also by design as well. We could technically grow our own food in our own gardens, but then there's no profit to be made because everyone's self-sustaining. Okay. When we're self-sustaining, we can't make money from people who are self-sustaining. We gotta make them insecure, take away their supply, and be the supplier so that we profit. Yes, that is the model of capitalism. Okay. Anyways, I digress. I hope you guys are ready. I hope we can sit with this together. I don't know how it's gonna land. I don't know if you guys want to accept that there's more than two sexes and two genders. There's more than that. There's not just two genders, right? And yeah. Aww. Yeah. It do be like that. Yep. Going through the process, something's gonna break. Whether it's your mind, your soul, or your spirit, or them working hands, something's gonna crumble. But we can heal. We'll heal. We'll get better. Okay. Here we go. Hopefully the volume isn't gonna like destroy anybody's ear canals. So let me know if I need to adjust the volume. If you're able to adjust the volume on your end, please do. But otherwise, I'll go ahead and play this, and yeah, we'll just hear this person's life experience and story. They're getting by just fine. Part of me just kind of wishes that the system was in place to accommodate individuals such as themselves, because, you know, it's not just one person. I mean, I think trans individuals can also very much benefit from more nuanced understanding of health and treatment. So anyways, that is that. Here we go. Yada lay hee ho. Just make sure that the audio is good and you're ready to adjust as needed. Okay. Minecraft.
Of all male organs and all female organs. I went to the toilet like a male, so they decided, right, I was going to be male, so they stitched the female up, which went on to cause problems with puberty, because now I've got super high iron level because I couldn't get rid of the blood. I used to get the stitch every so often. I thought, oh, it's just a stitch, you know? But it appears that that was actually when I was having my monthly periods. Why? We got no real idea. We know my father was a POW with Germany, and he used to say that they used to inject him with stuff. So whether that was something they was experimenting with or not, don't really know. I hope the next poor bugger born like me, Heather, gets a better run than I did. My basic attitude is, I am how I am. If someone doesn't like me, that's their problem, not mine. I was born with all male organs and all female organs. I went to the toilet like a male, so they decided, right, I was going to be male, so they stitched the female up, which went on to cause problems with puberty.
So that is this person's story, and I think it's so brave and empowering that they could share this with so many people, and, you know, hold space for, you know, their life experience. And again, my heart kind of aches a little bit because, you know, there's a lot of pain and suffering there, you know, and it didn't really need to be that way. And there's just so much that could have been different with that. Yeah, so sadly that's how intersex people are treated, right? Yep. Yeah, we talked about this earlier, how that is how they're treated currently, and it doesn't honor the, you know, the nuance, and it's very limited. In fact, it's very primitive. Western medical science is actually very, very, very primitive. Yeah, like some countries have already solved diabetes. They've created like a medicine where it allows your body to slowly begin to create its own insulin again. So diabetes is basically cured, but pharmaceutical industries are not gonna be happy about that because money's involved, right? So that's the sad part. And also, I think at the time that this person was, getting the stitch, right? I think they probably had to pay for that procedure each time out of pocket, or maybe insurance covered it, maybe not. Secondly, it takes more resources, time and energy and money and funding to do research to create adequate care. And oh my gosh, I don't even want to go down this rabbit hole, but like the history of medical science is a nightmare. It's a horror. It's horrifying. Like it's really shocking. It's really sad how the things we know now about medical science and treatment, how we got here, how we got to that point, the human experimentation that was the quote unquote necessary evil. And yeah, and then I think, was it in South Korea where you can get like a surgery and you don't need to have like metal. I don't think it was South Korea, but it was somewhere where you don't need to have like metal to like hold your bone in place anymore. Like they don't need screws to keep your joints and your bones locked together. They have like this like special, again, technology. The medical science is just developed differently. Oh yeah, oh gosh, yes, the animal abuse to test on animals, living creatures for sure. Especially in the makeup industry, it's really, really sad. We can technically cure lactose intolerance for a brief period. Oh, interesting. Okay. Huh, did not know that. Good to know. Yeah. Or here's a thought. Just avoid lactose items and maybe opt for, lactose-free items. I don't know. An idea, a thought, a consideration, a discipline, if you will. A personal boundary that you set for yourself. I will not eat something that's gonna make me suffer. But whatever, right? Sometimes there's, what's it called? It's the casual sadism. Casual sadism is like things that are like very minor, but it's still kind of like it tickles your sadism. It's not like full-blown sadism or some weird shenanigan. It just tickles it, right? Anyways, psychology, all of the stuff. Well, so I guess that was the final boss, and yeah, that is it, my friends, my scholars, viewers, listeners, folks. Personally, but for some, it's worth the cost to eat ice cream. I don't know. It's a personal thing. I know someone who's like really got really bad lactose intolerance. Like it's bad. It's bad. And I'm just, I don't know. I don't. Wakanai. I don't know. Wakarimasen. Oh no, that does not exist. I don't know. I just wakanai. Does not compute. Oh, that has something to do with cognitive distortions, actually. So that's a psychological thing. Wakarimasen. Yeah, that is a wakarimasen moment. I just wakarimasen and I move on because I don't know that's not my life. That's not my body. That is not. Nope. They can make their own mistakes. You can do whatever you want. Yeah, it's rough, but that is autonomy. That is the human experience. Autonomy. Anywho, I've greatly appreciated and enjoyed today's discussion, and like everything. The experience was really good. I got really nervous. I wasn't sure if everyone would enjoy today's topics, but I think we made it through more so than I thought. Yeah, that's so great. I'm so glad that you enjoyed the stream and the discussion. It was so great to have you. Welcome aboard the pigeon coop, I suppose. Ah, we live and we learn. You're still here. Ah, Loki inspired me to make it. Ah, interesting. Yeah, I think it's not that easy though, because there's a lot of misinformation, and that's like the most annoying thing, is that, yeah, the misinformation and the lack of thorough research and fact checking and everything is pretty, it's kind of sad. It's kind of sad. Yeah. So kind of sitting with it and thinking about how to navigate misinformation and, you know, individuals with what is it called, malicious intent, or the intent to, you know, disrupt and things like that. It's kind of, it always makes me wonder, like, you know, will people appreciate, you know, these topics, and, you know, does it, more than like making it for show or for fame, you know, like, how does this help a person in their life, in themselves, right? more than anything. Yeah. A lot of a lot of the content creators that I really look up to and value for their insight and profession. These are professionals, right? Like they're in this field. So Dr. K, Healthy Gamer GG, you guys must know Healthy Gamer GG. Dr. Ramani, I adore her. I've learned so much about narcissism, psychopathy, sociopath, psychopathy, sorry, I can't even, my brain is mush right now. So I think it's psychopathy / sociopath, whatever. Words, big words. Oh, you're learning a lot here. Yay, great. Yeah. Sociopathy, sorry. Sociopathy. There's a little woo 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 in speaking there. Psychopathy, sociopathy, the dark triad traits, and narcissism and antisocial personality disorder. Yeah. There's recently, I don't know if there's room for it, but there was a content creator, and they are a medically diagnosed sociopath, and they make content and they talk about their experience living as a sociopath. They react to things and all that. It's really interesting, actually. And recently this person reacted to, what was it, Dr. Ramani's videos, and it was just really nice to see them also learning more about their condition and trying to control it. So, you know, so they're, in some ways, they're doing some of the shadow work by breaking down some of the stereotypes and also being very informed. So that was something that I really appreciate. Let me see, what was her name? Condra? Hold on. It was diagnosed sociopath reacts to Dr. Ramani. What was that person's name? Kanika Batra. Maybe you guys have heard of her, maybe you haven't, but she has a pretty substantial YouTube channel, and yeah, it's very informative, actually, a lot of the stuff that they talk about. And then recently I've been getting into this, what is it? Her name is Aisha Grevenberg, and I'm learning a lot from these, like, these are people in the field, right? They're not just like consuming and curating. They are like living it. They work in these fields. These are like the professionals, and they're giving you the knowledge, like, that is the most current, up-to-date practice, right? They have their degrees. They go to school to get their master's, their, whatever, the PhD. I don't know what their credentials are, but they're licensed. And sharing and hearing from their anecdotal experiences is very, very, very enlightening, and like just wow, like so much more out there. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you, Lily. I'm so glad you made it. My goodness, that goes into me for sure. There is a lot of misinformation, and there's also a lot of like, when like people want clickbait, they want to get clickbait, so they'll kind of make really catchy titles, and there's like pros and cons to it, right? So, and then there's also like opinion, especially when I like look into some of like the drama tubers that I don't know why they're popping up on my feed so much, but like for drama tubers, it's like you're getting multiple opinions, and then it just kind of like it's like playing telephone. You know what I mean? It gets watered down, and like it's like people reacting to other people, reacting to other people, reacting to other people, It's like this is like never ending. It's just like a reaction to a reaction to a reaction, and it's like what are we even doing anymore? Is this like middle school telephone? Like there's no solution. There's just a lot of analysis. There's just a lot of like hearsay, he say, this is he say, she say, and then like a lot of like opinions, and like there's no real like structure or solution. There's just a lot of like speculation and like trying to like shame, trying to use like public shame to correct the wrongdoing, and like wagging the finger, but that doesn't really do anything, and it just kind of stirs the pot, and it doesn't really go anywhere. If anything, it just like conspiracy theory, it's just like trying to bring about clout, I guess. So I don't know, I haven't seen that in the more educational, especially since most of the individuals are mostly professionals, or they work in this industry, or have been a working professional near this industry, so they can kind of give a lot of their expertise or their skills, as opposed to just being like, haha, I'm 21 years old and I've never experienced anything, and this is my first reaction to seeing what it's like to be a narcissist, or a and I'm just like, okay, cool. Like, you're young, you're still figuring it out, you're carving out your space, but does it contribute to the discussion, or does it mislead? And that's actually something that's always been on my mind. Like when I talk about these topics, when I go about like creating space for this, is it adding to the discussion, the greater discussion, or is it taking like distracting from it? So that is still something I grapple with. I don't know if that's like food for thought, but definitely something to consider there. Yeah. I don't think it's worth watching, honestly. Yeah. So it's really interesting because they use a lot of like really clickbaity, interesting to grab your attention, and it becomes this weird like telephone game, and there's no solution is basically what I'm saying. Whereas like there's a lot of analysis, but no real like practice, like, oh, this is how we resolve it, right? Like this is the information that like will, this is a practice that you're gonna have to work on, that's gonna help you, bring about behavior change in yourself, right? So there's a difference. I don't know if you guys catch what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? It's still something I'm grappling with, is what I'm trying to be full transparent here. So it's really interesting navigating some of these topics. So glad we could hold space for it. And yeah, so Sunday's going to be Non-Binary Parents Day. And yeah, there's just so much to pick up and learn, unlearn, relearn. And who knows, maybe the solution isn't necessarily awareness, although that is important. And it's not maybe the answer is not just research and keeping your head under the sand or like in a book, but maybe it should follow some form of action and proactive engagement with the real world, in some ways. I don't know. It's rough. There's a little bit of counterintuitiveness to it, right? But yeah, I'll just kind of I'll let that sit. I'll let that float, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was I think last time someone said, "Oh, that's a lot. There's so much there to just unpack and process and digest." So that was a big chunk. That was a big chunk. So just to reiterate, maybe the solution that we all seek and are trying to find isn't in the things that we escape to. Maybe it's in the actions that we have to bring to our life, to society at large, to the structures that we contribute to. And it's tricky, right? It's really tricky. And it's about accountability and enforcing that accountability in society. And then, again, keep bringing about awareness, education, and research, but action, advocacy, standing up for what you value, that's going to be the most important. Yeah, you're going to have to embody it. And that's the hardest part. Like, no amount of content is ever going to fill that void, that bravery, that courage. But baby steps, right? This, hanging out, spending time here is just preparing us for the real world, the only world we have, the real 3D, not the digital 3D, the touch grass world, the world of the grass that's supposed to be greener. But the grass is only green if we water it. If I, you, us, we collectively water the grass and maintain it, And it starts with education. It starts with awareness, because then we're all on the same page and we're learning the same. We're standardizing the common courtesy. Not the grass. Yes, the grass, and that's really important. So part of like what I'm doing is also trying to be brave and be courageous and go out into the world and do all the things as well. But on some occasions, I do appreciate connecting and sharing. But the 3D world awaits. The grass is there to be experienced and perceived. All right, friends. All right, fam. Scholars, lurkers, viewers, friends, comrades, allies. What else do I want to say? Critics. Yes, critics are important too. Checks and balances, right? We got to have some of our critics letting us know our blind spots. So thank you so much for today, and I hope that your journey in discovery, education, self-expression, contribution to your community, this space, other spaces are also met with as much love and care that you have shown me. And I really hope that it inspires you to look inward and outward and, learning new ways, techniques, strategies to, modify unhelpful thoughts and behaviors so that we can, move forward and create something constructive for ourselves and for others. But just don't be discouraged. We are in the Kali Yuga. We are in the year of the fire horse. Minds are going to be lost. Marbles are going to be rolling. Madness is the thing. Cruelty is the point, apparently. Yeah, insecurity, dominance, violence, all of that persists. I acknowledge it. It's in my system as well as yours. I don't turn away from it. I see it. We talk about it in strides. We process it. We process the grief together. And that is part of the work that needs to be done collectively and individually. So off I go. Pigeon bird it is time to fly. It is time to wrap up. So that's just a long-winded way of saying farewell until next time. And I believe next time will be Wednesday. Wednesday, April 22nd, we are going to continue exercising. Yeah. Take care and catch you guys soon. Actually, I shouldn't say guys because not everyone's a guy, right? See, that's the conditioning I gotta unlearn. All right, take care, scholars. Be well. Sending lots of love, positive energy. Be careful out there. You're not alone and you're valid. Yeah.